What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, October 7th, 2025, and OU still what, Buck?
Yeah, they still suck.
They still suck. The Buccaneers.
No matter what, they
For
suck.
the next 2 hours, talking plenty of Texas football. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday presser, more autopsy of what went wrong for the Horns in Gainesville. And of course, we'll start our Texas OU preview. Our buddy Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will join us at 8 o'clock. He was actually at the Texas-Florida game, so we'll get his thoughts on the game itself and also everything that happened around the Southeastern Conference. A little MLB postseason conversation. What a wild Monday Night Football game we had last night. We've got to dive into the Cowboys and Texans wins from Sunday. And of course, it is Tuesday, so we've got a tip for kids and the car line. And at the very end of the show, we will take a look at the 2025 State Fair of Texas Big Tex Choice Awards, the biggest and best foods and drinks at the State Fair of Texas, of course, will be this weekend. So a lot to dive into in the world of sports and beyond. We appreciate y'all starting your Tuesdays with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Got my little workout there yesterday. Got my stretch done with my young lady who stretches me is an Aggie. She was at the Texas A&M game. She goes, "What is wrong with your football team?" And I just said, "There's some things going on right now." And I said, "How's your team?" She goes, "Well, the fact that those idiots brought their cowbells to the stadium." I said, "Was it annoying?" She goes, "It's annoying when they're on the road even." I'm like, good God, wait till you have to go there and play. Wait till BK shows up there.
I ain't showing up there. I did go to the Texas-Mississippi State game here in Austin last year, and there weren't a ton of Mississippi State fans who made the trek, but the ones who did, they brought their cowbells.
God.
Now, Texas won that game pretty easily, so the cowbells weren't ringing a lot, but that's their bit, man. Home and away, it's just what they do. It's who they are.
It's going to cause that offense to be fidgety, twitchy.
Well, explain this girl stretching you out. What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, I go to a place called the Stretch Zone once a week, and I have a 30-minute period of stretching my hamstring and my quad and my hips and stuff. And she's fantastic. Without hurting me, I get some of that back pain taken away with proper stretching once a week. It's well worth it. Just 30 minutes, that's all. Just a 30-minute session.
It sounds very Deshaun Watson or Justin Tucker of you.
No, she's a real professional.
Oh, well, some of the girls those guys were working with were also real professionals. They just
were
left.
close. Yeah.
They just left with a happy ending, you know? I
No.
don't know. Are you doing that? Are you happy when you leave?
I'm happy. Hell yeah, I'm happy because my back doesn't hurt that much once I leave there. I just have to do continuation stretches. I have to stretch myself after being stretched throughout the day and not just go and then just do nothing. So it's well worth it. I think I found something to give me some back relief for now. But as the doctor said, he goes, if that deal acts up again, you may have to have that little hole there that's pinching that nerve. You may have to have that opened up a little bit, sort of like carpal tunnel. And I'm like, dude, that sounds like the word surgery to me. That doesn't sound like carpal tunnel. Carpal tunnel took 10 minutes. This thing sounds like I'm out and they go in my back. And I said, we're going to do everything we can. We're going to try every drug we can. I'll be the drug guinea pig for this.
So she's not stretching out your back. She's stretching out your hole. Do I have that right?
No, she's stretching out my quads and my hamstrings that connect to the back and my shoulder.
Got it.
All the stuff that's old and frozen, she's kind of unfreeze.
Okay. All right.
It's well worth it. I think it's a little pricey, but and then again, some people go for massages once a week, or once every other week, and those things are over $100. This is like $50. for a
All
session
right.
minutes, and to me, it's worth it.
Yeah, if it helps your back, then
Oh, yeah.
seems like it's worth it.
I'm actually trying to be cheap. I'm actually trying to go twice a month instead of once a week because it's like 250 bucks, for 4 visits. I'm like, that's a little steep. When I have when I have my insurance that'll take care of a physical therapist that does stuff. But when I went to this dude, he wants me to see me twice a week. But the things that he's showing me, BK, are the things that I can do at home. I can count to 10 myself with a weight in my hand. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I can stretch at this point and do this sit-up kind of deal, and I can count myself. I don't need him to be beside me, like being my coach. I'm like, I don't need a coach. Just show me what to do. So I
Right.
don't
You
need to
don't need.
go to him. I don't need to go to him for $20 twice a week. No thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. I'm glad you found something that's working for your
Oh,
back.
yeah, it's giving me relief. Which sucks is I still have to sleep on the same side that it hurts on. I'm almost to the point of just having my regular backache, my back pain. If I
Hmm.
can get just back to that, I'm good. I'm getting
Okay.
close.
I like
Because
that.
I know how to deal with that because I've been dealing with that for 20 years. So I can deal with the regular day to day. It's that extra pinch that kind of bothers me that I worry about. Because if that comes back, I mean, I was out for like 8 days. That's not, I don't want that back. I will take on some surgery not to have that happen again.
Well, it doesn't look like you're playing golf today. You're not rocking your gear.
No, no, I'm not. No, I'm off till next week where I will then be going to Boot Ranch,
There you go.
Fredericksburg. Um, my next appearance will be in Fredericksburg.
Okay. I like that. 2 weeks off.
Maybe I'll go to the Altstadt Brewery and have a few. Get myself loosen up.
No, you can't do that. Everybody else in your group can do that. But
Maybe I'll go there and eat myself so that I don't feel a thing.
I was going to say they do have great food at the Altstadt Brewery.
Yeah, I
So,
got to do something. All right,
yeah.
man. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate what you do for us, and do be safe to you and your families out there. Here's my tip for kids in the car line. How wonderful it is that nobody need wait a single moment before starting to improve the world. What are you waiting for?
Is that a tip or a question?
That is a tip. That is a tip. Means get going. Get going, kids. You don't have to wait a single moment before starting to improve this world. So, to my deal, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Start
Wait,
today.
waiting for the bus to show up. Take my
That's
ass.
what the bus just went by. That was funny. The bus just went by too. That's what they're waiting for. Damn it, I'm going to school. It's Tuesday. I got to do this again.
Yeah,
I'm not
just
trying to
waiting.
improve the world. I'm trying to wait for the bus.
Oh man. All right. I like that. You don't have to wait to improve the world. You could start right now.
Absolutely.
Way to go, kids. We're putting this on you because Lord knows the adults in your life can't do
Oh,
shit,
no.
right? So you guys
No.
have to save the world.
Absolutely. You guys might as well start it going. Start
That's
getting it going. Change
that's
the
not
world.
that's not a scary thought at all. Putting it in the younger generation's hands to figure things out.
I think I'd take that chance the way it is right now.
Yeah, well, our generations aren't always doing the best job, but hey, we're still rolling. We're
My
making it.
generation's on its way out. I'm the boomer crowd. Hey, we're on our way out the door.
Out you guys go.
Yeah, it's time to go.
Yeah, greatest generation, my ass.
What a great
Although you're
generation.
not part of that. Are you technically greatest generation or are you
No, no, I'm boomer, I think.
you're boomer?
I'm real boomer, yeah.
Okay.
Greatest generation was a little bit before me, I believe.
What year were you born?
55.
Okay. Yeah, you're safely in the baby boomer category. That started in 1946
There you go.
and ended 64. So I know some folks are trying to get rid of your kind. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. All right. Tip for kids brought to you by our great friends at Relax the
Yeah,
Back.
yes, indeed. Gonna go see them because I need to have a relax the back chair cover for my back now. I need to
Yeah.
find one to just stick on any kind of chair, just a little bit of protection. So I'm going to get that done this week. So I have that with me. I don't have to carry a chair with me, but I can get that in the car with me
I
as I'm
like
on my
that.
way up to one of the great weekends of football coming up this weekend. Win, lose, or draw for the Horns this week is always good. You're always a Horns fan when you play your rival. That's just the way that works.
Well, thankfully, they can't draw anymore. This isn't the NFL, and this isn't college football of decades past. So there will be a winner and a loser this Saturday. And for anybody who's ever been to the Cotton Bowl for Texas OU, you know what side you'd rather be on. There's no better feeling.
Absolutely.
There's no better feeling than walking out of the Cotton Bowl as a winner. And
and no worse feeling than a 2-year-old shooting a finger at a grown man or grown woman.
Yeah. The good part about that, though, is if your team wins, you could go find that 2-year-old and just take a shit on their head.
Yeah. Hey, come here. Sit right there.
And you get all the laughing, all the bragging rights, all the trash talking rights.
For
you get
a year.
It for a whole year. And Texas has obviously had that for the last year over Oklahoma after 34-3 in 2024. So this year's game should be a lot closer because Oklahoma's better and Texas is worse. So, the Longhorns are still favored. They opened up as a 2.5-point favorite. I'm looking at the line right now. It is holding steady at 2.5. Still no official word on whether or not Oklahoma starting quarterback John Mateer will be back for this game.
That dude ain't playing.
Steve Sarkisian was asked about it yesterday. We might play this audio a little bit later, but Sark said that the Longhorns are preparing for both quarterbacks because they don't know exactly what to expect, which I think is what you have to do if you're Texas. But
so they will prepare this week. They're not taking off. They will prepare for a game this week.
They will prepare for a game this week. Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure that they actually practice this week. I don't think they should go to school this week. I think take school out of it, BK.
Now we're talking.
Go ahead and take school off this week and actually go to practice.
That's how it should be every week. That's the big problem with this team so far. They're spending too much time in the classroom.
Oh, are you saying they're a smart group?
Well, they might be smart with like history and geometry and astronomy and other E's. Well, they ain't smart with penalties. I guess that's an E.
That's for sure.
Oh, man. So, it was an interesting Monday presser for Steve Sarkisian, right? This is the first time in his 5-year Texas career where he has lost the game before Oklahoma. He was previously 4-0 in the week before or the game before OU. Sometimes there's been a bye, but the press conferences during OU week are usually all about Oklahoma, right?
Sure.
What do you have to do to win Red River? Well, when you lose the way that Texas lost on Saturday, the majority of yesterday's press conference was about cleaning some things up that went wrong in the swamp. Now, I would think Thursday's presser is going to be more about how do you win this game on Saturday, but it was a different presser than what we're used to the week of Red River. Steve Sarkisian was honest. At times he was direct. At times he was
snarky, sarky?
At times he was a bit snarky. At times he was short. He gave a pretty long opening statement. It was about 4.5 minutes long. But the very first question that Sark was asked was by our own Chip Brown. And Chip asked, what else can you do to get the offensive line playing better? As Texas has tried a few different combinations this year, they obviously benched the left guard, Connor Stroh, at halftime and brought in the freshman Nick Brooks in the second half.
That didn't work.
They're trying different things, different plays, formations, 12 personnel, 11 personnel, this, that, and the other. They're doing whatever they can to get the offensive line going, and it hasn't worked to this point. Here was Steve Sarkisian's answer when he was asked, hey, what else can you do to get the offensive line playing better?
Got to play better. Got to coach better. Got to play better.
That's it.
Hey, thanks, Coach.
Got to play better. Got to coach better. Got to play better.
You can do that in a lot of positions. You don't just have to do that for offense. Just keep saying that. We know that. We got that part.
Yeah. So a bit short, a bit testy, a bit snarky, however you want to describe it. I mean, he's not wrong. They've got to play better. They've got to coach better. They've got to play better. That's obvious. I would have loved to have
they definitely got to coach better.
Yeah. I would have loved to have heard a little more about, how do you plan on playing better? And how do you and Kyle Flood plan on coaching better? Because, we all know you got to play better. And we all know you got the biggest game of the year against what right now is the best defense in the conference.
Yeah, and number 5 team in the nation.
Number
Seriously.
5 team in the
What
nation. So
what are you gonna
here's
do? What are you gonna do, coach?
yeah, well, here's the second question. The first 3 questions were all about the offensive line. And
Wow.
question number 2 was about a topic that we and Texas fans everywhere have been discussing for a few weeks now, but those conversations have really elevated since the Florida game. Did you make the right decision not bringing in an offensive lineman from the transfer portal in the
Wow.
offseason? Yeah, somebody hit Sark with that one early yesterday. Here was the head coach's response.
I think inevitably you can play the hypothetical and the what ifs. It's what's available and then what do you have. And, I think our guys that we have are more than capable. Like I said, we got to coach better and we got to play better.
No, you need to bring people in from the transfer portal that are veteran players that have played. They don't have to come from great programs. They don't have to be, five stars. But dude, you can't be throwing. There's a bunch of freshmen that you're throwing in there into the SEC at the offensive line positions. That's not going to work. You're not going to make a living bringing high school players in their second year thinking they're all, not all of them are like your left tackle that was a first round pick last year. Sorry, those guys, they don't come around all the time. So
No,
yeah, you can say you want to coach better. You just may need some experience in this conference if you're looking to get to where you're looking to get to. Now, if you're looking to win 8 games, you're doing just fine, or 7 games, you're doing just fine right now.
Yeah, I'm going to make a prediction that's not a very bold one. I think for the first time in the Steve Sarkisian era, Texas will bring in a transfer portal offensive lineman this coming offseason.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got a feeling that was something that they had discussed, and the offensive line coach thought that he can coach him up. He can coach up what he has. These are my guys. I know how to coach. I'm that guy. Remember, I coached at Alabama. The 5 stars that he had that kept showing up at Alabama. I think that he thought that he could coach these guys up that he's bringing in now, and he's finding out it's not that easy.
Yeah, and they've had success doing that these last couple of years, right? The offensive line play has been solid, and it's been a huge part of why Texas has made it to back-to-back college football playoff semifinals. But right now, it's a huge part of why Texas is 3-2 and why they are outside of the top 25. So winning in the trenches is not an option.
I'm looking at a lot of positions, Coach. When you start saying that we got to coach them up, I'm looking at your quarterback position that you and your quarterback coach. I'm looking at your secondary that scares me now when one guy is missing, how that looks. Your defensive line that actually you brought 5 guys in on the defensive line, and last week they looked like they didn't get coached up. So there's a lot of coaching to be done. It's not just that position. There's a lot. I hope we don't get back to the point where guys aren't getting developed now. I know it's just one game, so I'm not in panic mode, but we've seen that before around here where good players come in here and, oh my God, they don't get developed. We can't go back to that.
Can't go back to that. Yeah, I mean, there's issues that need to be corrected up and down this roster, but I would argue that the biggest issue on Texas's team right now is the play of the offensive line. And I don't want to say
for one game it is, yes.
Whoa, no, more than one game. Buck, we were talking about them getting pushed around by San Jose and UTEP. Were we not? This wasn't the first bad offensive line game Texas has played this year. It's been a problem more often than not.
Well, with the combination of having no running back, a bunch of guys with bad hamstrings and not physically ready to go.
Yeah, there's nowhere to run the football. The running back play hasn't been great, but there have not been running lanes for Texas. No,
they don't puncture anybody. They don't move the pile. They don't do any of that stuff.
There's a lot of still shots where you go back and watch Texas, Florida. You can either slow-mo it or just take screenshots of the action, and right after the ball is snapped, like before a running back would even get the ball on a handoff, or before Arch Manning would even finish the end of his drop back, there would be not just one guy, Buck. There'd be like 2 or 3 guys already in the backfield ready to make a play on the football. And it was just time and time again. We had the stat yesterday. Arch Manning was pressured 35 times against Florida. That is by far and away the most in the Steve Sarkisian era. The previous high was 28. That was in the Georgia game at DKR last year. And think about how ugly that was for the Texas offensive line. Arch Manning was pressured 7 more times than the Quinn Ewers Arch Manning combo was here against Georgia last season. Like, that is how bad the offensive line was in that game. So
yeah, there's not much room.
I don't want to say nothing else matters if they can't fix that, but we're pretty close to Metallica here. If you can't get your offensive line fixed, not a whole lot else is going to matter this season.
Well, no, I mean, once again, and they don't have a runner, so they just got guys that, like I said, they got guys that are banged up. This is going to be hard. This is a hard fix right here. This is just kind of survival now.
It's not going to be an easy fix, but like, I'm looking at Oregon. You're right, Buck. You said it a couple of minutes ago. You don't have to go get 5 stars. It's hard to get, you're not going to convince an offensive lineman from Ohio State to leave Ohio State to come to Texas.
He's going to get drafted. He's making enough money, and he's going to get drafted.
But I'm looking at Oregon, what is Oregon? Number 2, number 3 in the country right now. They keep going back and forth with Miami. One of Oregon's starters, I believe their starting right tackle, played at Texas State last year.
Yeah, give me a guy from Memphis or somebody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't need to.
You're telling me you couldn't convince a kid who is already playing right here, an hour away, to come to Austin to play at Texas?
You got the kicker.
Right. Yeah, you got the kicker already. I mean, this is a right tackle. Brandon Baker, who's been Texas's right tackle, has not been good. So you trusted that guy who is going into his true sophomore year, never started a game at Texas before.
Right.
You said that guy is going to be good enough. And it's not just Brandon Baker. He's getting singled out here. There are other guys who have not
your coach thought he could coach him up good enough to be ready to play in this. Yeah.
That's it. That's it. And it's important to – I'm not firing anybody here.
No, I got to believe that Sark and Coach Flood had that conversation when it came time. And generally the head coach will lean more towards, I'll trust my offensive line coach. He's, the guy's coach. He's been with me at Alabama. He's done some remarkable things. I'm going to trust that what he sees, he believes he can get it done.
Yeah.
So, but I'm the guy who makes $12 million a year. I do have the final say. And if I feel like, I'm at practice too. And what I see is a bunch of fidgety guys. I need to be the one who makes that decision, because ultimately the head coach should have the final say on all of that. I do believe.
Yeah, I think he does. And that's why Sark has to wear this a little bit, right? And look, there's time to turn things around, but they're running out of it. And if you lose this game on Saturday, then this season turns into a failure. It does. Like, you could still go 8-4 or 9-3, but when you're the preseason number 1, when you're the favorite to win the SEC, like, that is living up short of expectations.
Yeah, I mean, it's living up. You talk about. I think what you build here, I think it's hard to. I mean, there's a couple things that can destroy your culture. Just the cancer within your team. If players start to. You start worrying about players and how they react and how they come out to practice. I think it's hard for right now for this culture to be destroyed. I think you've built that, but you got to make some decisions that are meaningful decisions when it comes to recruiting and things like that. And like you said, the transfer portal, that is now college football. You can't make mistakes in that deal.
No.
Because you're stuck with them. You can be stuck with them.
Well, I mean, people make mistakes in the portal. Texas has made mistakes in the portal, and they've still been fine. Like, every portal player you bring in is not a hit.
No.
But to use a baseball metaphor, like, go down swinging. Go down swinging. Don't go down looking. Texas on the offensive line is going down looking. They didn't try to bring in anybody from the outside. They bet on themselves. And
yes.
It hasn't worked. That's the reality of the situation, right? If it had worked, we'd be praising Sark and Kyle Flood. These guys are so great at evaluating. They're so great at developing. We don't even need the portal. Look how good our offensive line is despite losing 4 starters from last year. But the reality, at least the current reality, subject to change, is they let 4 guys walk. They didn't bring in any proven players from around the country, and the offensive line is the biggest problem with the football team going into the biggest game of the year.
Proven players, shit. Oregon's got a guy from Texas State. That's incredible that you can do that.
Well, he started a lot of games. I mean, he's like a
you need
graduate
experience.
transfer.
Yeah, you need some experienced guys.
Yeah, that's what I mean by proven. Like, this guy's a grad transfer. He started a lot of games in college football. That's not what a lot of these guys on Texas's offensive line could say right now. So, one more from Sark on the offensive line here. Again, the first 3 questions yesterday were all about the O-line, and then the press got to some other things. But the decision to go with Nick Brooks at left guard, Buck, you called him out by number yesterday. You're like, who the hell was 71? That guy was getting beat on every play.
Yes, he was.
We mentioned Nick Brooks had a 0.0 passing grade, or I should say pass blocking grade, according to Pro Football Focus. I have never seen that before. In my 31 years of life, I've never seen someone have a 0.0 grade in anything. It's like the guy didn't even turn in his assignment, Buck. I don't know how
they just snapped the ball and he moved aside.
Yeah, he's like, here you go. Want to meet Arch Manning? Now you can. Here was Sark talking about his decision to bench Connor Stroh and give Nick Brooks an opportunity against the Gators.
Yeah, so, obviously practice determines a lot of who plays. Who do we feel is ready to perform? And then the flow of the game. I didn't think Nick Brooks was going to go out there and play a perfect game. It's the first time he's ever played in a real game at left guard. But I think there's traits in there, and there's ability in there, and the growth and practice in there that I think he's got a very bright future for us. There was going to be growing pains, and we obviously lived through some of those Saturday. But I do think he's got a bright future.
Okay, well that's yeah.
Yeah.
Once again, that's what you got to say, because you can't throw the kid off the team.
Right. Yeah, I think Nick Brooks could have
everybody has a bad game.
Sure. I think Nick Brooks could have a very bright future, but he wasn't ready for that moment, and you left him out there to dry. Like, I keep asking the question, where is Neto Umeozulu, who got a lot of snaps at left guard against Ohio State?
Is that dude healthy?
Bad? I don't know. If he's healthy, he's not on the injury report, so I assume he's healthy. I don't know if he's like quietly portaled and he's just redshirting the rest of the year. Haven't heard anybody mention anything like that. Or maybe he's just so bad in practice, right? At the start of that, Sark is like, well, we use practice to determine which guys get reps. So I guess Neto is just the worst practice player of all time, that somehow, some way, he's so bad at practice that they can't put him in over that version of Nick Brooks that we saw at left guard.
Yeah, he can't be that good at practice.
Nick Brooks?
Yeah, I mean, he can't be that good.
Yeah, I don't know.
To be that bad.
And Goj, one of our resident Ohio State fans. I mean, the Buckeyes brought in a couple of transfer.
Yeah, and if they're bringing in transfers, you need to be bringing in transfers.
Right. Like, and Texas did on defense, and I know the defense sucked on Saturday, but the defense has been a lot better than the offense this year. It's like they went out and filled some holes on the defense, and they only lost 3 or 4 starters from the defense. The offense lost 8 starters, and they were a lot less aggressive with that. One more, Buck. This one's for you. Steve Sarkisian was asked about the running game and what's going on with the Texas run game right now.
It's not working. That's for sure. That's what's going on. Not to put it as simple as that. It just hasn't hit. And, we've been Rolodexing running backs. I think that's a little bit of an issue. A lot of times when you have a runner, which traditionally for us, we've kind of got that lead runner and then a second runner, the lead runner starts to find a rhythm with the timing of the blockers. And we don't have that right now. And we got to fight to get there as fast as we can. Because I do think there's something to be said about a runner getting carries. And I know you guys have been mad at me before. Why does one guy get all the carries and then there's a number 2 guy? Well, there's a reason for that. I think there's rhythm and timing into running the ball. Now, do we need to block better? Yes. Do we need a game plan better? Yes. Do we need to break more tackles? Yes. All those things add up to we don't have a run by running backs over 18 yards. We've been spotty from a consistency standpoint in the run game. And that's what we're fighting for, and so it's easy just to put our hands in there and say we can't run it and let's go throw it every down. I just don't believe in that's not who we are. So we're going to continue to work at this thing. Hopefully we're better on Saturday. We'll find out.
Yeah. Who you are isn't working right now, Coach. Who are you on offense? That's what we've been trying to find out for the last 5 or 6 weeks. Who are you really? Nobody knows. You don't even know. And you're just telling us you don't know who you are. we got to do a better job. I mean, we got to fix that. Well, if your runners are banged up and they just don't have any, they don't have any explosive runners right now. They really don't. The guy that we thought, Trey Wisner, just remember, man, he just had a year like no other. You don't have years like that. You don't just come out of nowhere and have a year like that. And he's hurt, and I think he played in that game hurt. I think he was hurt before BK with the hamstring or whatever, so he wasn't fully healthy. Now you got a line that can't block, and you're expecting him to do some explosive things, coming off a hamstring. That's not easy when, like you said, guys are standing in your backfield just when you get the ball. That's not going to help. But I don't know. Once again, go ahead and put two of them in the backfield. Do something.
Yeah.
You got to try something, but because you don't have any explosion. You don't have a quality running back right now. And last week you missed an opportunity, a strategical opportunity when you didn't put the kid in who is from the state of Florida. That is, I wish somebody would ask him, how did you get to that point where that guy never got in the game? That's a what you call a mental error. That has nothing to do with the players. That's coaching right there. Because now you got to send your coach back to that state, and every high school coach is going to say, wait a minute, that kid, I remember that kid. Didn't you guys like him as a freshman? He comes home and you don't put him in the game. That's a tactical error on that coaching staff's part. You're trying to keep up with the recruiting game. He wasn't good enough to get in the game,
Right.
much less get a carry. And what you needed was some downhill running because guys weren't being blocked. At least he could fall forward as a fullback for a couple yards, maybe.
Maybe. I think Texas could have had Ricky Williams in that game on Saturday. I don't think Ricky rushes for more than 50 yards.
Ricky Williams rushes for 150 against that group.
Not with that blocking, Buck. Not with that blocking. Come on. I know Ricky's a million times better than any Texas running back right now, but he could have broken 2 tackles on every play and still gotten 2 yards. That's how bad the blocking was on Saturday. He ran for 150 in every game he had in a Texas uniform. There are times where if the offensive line didn't show up, he didn't have great days. He ain't running for 150 behind this offensive line. He ain't running behind 100. He ain't running 150 every week behind this offensive line. He's not there.
Not behind this group.
That's what I'm saying. If he was in that game on Saturday with this offensive line, he's running for 50 yards.
Yeah,
but the O-line
the last 3 games, he would have run for 1,000 yards in the 3 games before. The problem.
I might not disagree with you with.
The problem is that those other 3 games where those guys are getting, such and such yards, he would have had 1,000 in the 3 games.
Maybe, but it's bad. These rushing stats are horrible. Sark alluded to it. The last Texas running back rushing attempt that has gone for 20 yards or more was from Jarrett Gibson, funny enough, in the first round of the college football playoff last year. There's now been 186 running back rushing attempts since Texas has had a run of 20 yards or more. And Buck, in that stretch, they've only had 2 go for 15 or more. So it's not like they've had a bunch of 18 and 19-yard runs and they're just not quite getting to 20. They've only had 2 go for 15 or more since the first round.
I don't care who you're playing against. I don't care if you're playing against the Green Bay Packers. You ought to be able to scheme up at least 2 of those runs for 15 or more. You could fall into 2 runs over 15 yards.
It's pretty amazing. And the wildest stat, maybe a more wild stat, Buck, I think there's one thing that we do know about this Texas offense, and you've been on it from week 1. Archer Manning is the best runner that Texas has right now.
He is, period.
And he leads the team in rushing, despite a bunch of sacks, including 6 on Saturday.
It's incredible.
Arch Manning leads Texas in rushing with 160 yards. They played 5 games. They played 42% of the regular season, and their leading running back is Jarrett Gibson with 155 rushing yards. That long streak that Sark has of 1,000-yard rushers every season going back.
He'll get a 400-yard rusher this year.
You think he'll even get that?
I think he may get a 400-yard rusher somewhere.
Right now, Jarrett Gibson has 155 yards to lead the team. You divide that by 5. That's 31 yards a game. So Texas's leading running back rusher,
who doesn't even play in the games,
who didn't even play this past week, is averaging 31 yards per game, if he even gets credit for the last game.
Yeah, the running back coach needs to go out and I mean, wow. That's hard for him to go out and talk about bringing a quality running back, even in the state of Texas that may love Texas, to this place. You know, all you can tell them is we're going to fix this problem with the offensive line.
We need you, Buck. We need you. Come out of retirement.
No, dude, I'm 70 years old and I can go get you. I can every year get you an 800-yard rusher. My God, I don't know if I can get a 1,000-yard rusher, but I can get you 800.
I trust you on that.
Even with that, I don't know. That group there's just not. I mean, once again, you brought in C.J. Baxter, you fall in love with it. C.J. Baxter is always going to be hurt. BK, you and I will be talking about this 2 years from now. You know, he just got hit. He just limped off the field. He's that guy. Everybody has that guy. He's that guy.
They didn't know. They didn't know out of high school.
I don't know. I knock on wood for him because I'd love to see him come in and just be that power back when he got to be 230. But I just know that every time you hit him, if I see him limp, I don't expect him to be there the next week. And now these soft tissue deals where they're getting hamstring pulls, I don't get that. And then I don't see anything from the other ones. I don't see any, you know, like I said, once again, they see him at practice. I don't see him. I'm just an old running back coach that I've seen enough runners to know in my idea who's got it and who doesn't have it, whether the offensive line is good or not. I don't see that. I don't see that. They touted Christian Clark as being this. I haven't seen anything from that dude. No. And once again, it's hard to get going. Every once in a while, your offensive line does have to puncture the defense where you get a chance to go through the line, make a linebacker miss you one-on-one. It just seems like you said, they're in your backfield. They just don't have an explosive. They don't have an explosive guy. I mean, there weren't massive holes that number 13 was running through last week. But you know what he did? He set dudes up so bad. He set them up on the outside. He went inside and bounced out. He'd already known he was going to go bounce outside when he got the ball.
There were some pretty big holes for that guy. Now he made guys miss. He's way better than anybody Texas has, but he had some blocks. He had some running lanes. That helps. And that's a frustrating part because the Texas D-line was so bad too. But I mean, you're right. Like it's all bad. I don't know who you blame. Like it seems like they've been recruiting running backs well on paper. Like they're bringing in 4-star guys, but they're not developing them. It's either they're not evaluating well at a high school or they're just not developing them. And Chad Scott, the new running backs coach, early returns about as bad as they could possibly be. And I don't know if it's from all of this blame because he was here last year and most of these guys were also here last year. And
and they came across with the Christian Clark being this special player. I'm like, no, he's not. He's just a guy. They have a bunch of guys right now.
Bunch of guys.
And their main guy, because of the injury that he has to his hamstring, doesn't have enough explosion that when things aren't blocked really nicely for him, he can't explode into guys and move them over. The other guy's always hurt. And now the one that you talk about you love so much, you don't even get in the game when he goes home. It's a mess. That's not a fun. Let me tell you something. That's not a fun room right now. That's not fun to be the coach of that group right now. That's hard because it's hard to tell the head coach this is who's going to be the starter this week.
Does he know?
Because no matter what, remember I had a dad show up at a game when I was at Boston College, who came in a black limousine with a bunch of security people around him. I made sure his son got in the game, the last game. I said, nope, that guy, hey, coach, my head coach said, what's he in there for? I said, oh no, we've been working on this play all week, coach. He's going, this is his play. He's going in. I'm okay with that. Now it was against Army. It wasn't against Florida, but it was the Black Knights of the Hudson. But my head coach knew that guy shouldn't be in on any game. And I'm like, that dude is getting in the game. We worked on this. He can do this. I got it to the point where
that was Garrett Gibson's mistake. He didn't bring his mob out there to scare.
I guarantee you he had family from the state of Florida there. They were there, and that hurt. You don't think that hurt that kid? That hurt that kid a lot. I've been around that before. I've made choices to make sure that I didn't get a kid, if his family or that I was not going to get that kid hurt. Not when you tout that guy, not when he's he's supposed to be your guy, and not when the other guys so far aren't doing shit. You can't give him a snap.
I know. I don't get it. I don't get it.
You're recruiting that state. That's not good. That's not good tactical move. And people are saying to me, "Oh, it's not a big deal." It's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a big deal when you go back to that state and you got one that's supposedly coming from that state. Well, hold on to your hat, folks.
We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. More sound from Steve Sarkisian. Obviously, more Texas football conversation coming up in a moment. But Buck, we've got to hit our first round of sponsor shout outs.
These are our friends over at, of course, Tony C's. 2 for the price of 1 day today. Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York style pizza and that great Italian Ciola family food right from the cookbook of the Ciola family. I love Tony C's for sure. I love Mr. C. 15 years in the Bee Caves area. Like I said, 2 for Tuesday BK. They've got a store at Round Rock right near the Dell Diamond. Right beside the Dell Diamond, as a matter of fact, Anderson Lane and Bee Cave. And Unwind Wednesdays is tomorrow. Half-price bottles of wine for sure. Grab that pizza. 2 for 1 today. BK, you're going to need that after this weekend. Get yourself an Altstadt and go on over to Tony C's and grab yourself 2 for the price of 1 at Tony C's Pizza.
Love Tony C's. Also love CentexTickets.com. One of our daily partners here on TSU, but also one of our travel partners for our Texas OU trip coming up this weekend. If you want to be inside of the Cotton Bowl for the Red River Shootout, only one place you need to go to get your tickets. That is CentexTickets.com. Or if you want to sell your tickets, you're so mad about what you've seen from the Longhorns through 5 weeks, and you want to sell your tickets, you can do that on CentexTickets.com, the best online ticket marketplace there is. And every time you head over to CentexTickets.com, you are supporting local, which is what we all try to do. Don't forget, they've got an exclusive discount code for TSU listeners. All you have to do is type in Centex10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase year-round from our great friends at CentexTickets.com.
Yeah, dude, that dude's dad, it wasn't Tony Soprano, but it was close. He owned a lobster business and a huge lobster business in Boston. Wow.
If you didn't play that kid, he was going to throw you in a lobster tank.
Dude, that was just, it was one of the last games of the year too, going up there. And that was, I think that was the same year that my wife told me that she was pregnant with my with my son, AJ. And that was such a, boy, you talk about an incredible day. I was horrified during the course of the game because I knew I had to get this guy in. And then I got that news. But dude, it was crazy. Our bus pulls up and this limo pulls up behind our bus. And out pops Mr. Santos. And then out pops like 4 other dudes in suits. And they were right there in the front row, right behind where we were at that field. They got primo seats at that game. And I was like, guys wouldn't even come around me on the sideline. Other coaches, they're like staying away from me, man. It was like, wow.
Everybody knew.
Everybody knew. Everybody knew, except for the head coach. And I was like, he had no clue what was happening. He had no clue what I was going to do at a particular time, in a particular play. This dude was going in the game. And he went in.
You've got some
and he
great
got it done.
stories.
And he got it done.
Did his play, did his job.
And then the 4 guys with his dad sat down after that. And when I looked around, everybody was sitting down. I was like, whoo, man.
Before then, the whole time they were standing up, like arms crossed like this, just
2 on both sides of him. He was sitting in the middle, and there were 2 on each side of him. I was like, damn.
Yeah, great decision.
I mean, this is the real deal. They had the real deal. There was a basketball secretary at Boston College that every morning I would come in, and she wanted to always make small talk with me. But I was, I didn't want to have a lot of talk because her dad, her grandfather was like the top dude in Rhode Island. He was the top boss in Rhode Island. And I was like, somebody's always watching that granddaughter. I know that. And I know here I am and she'd go by and she'd want to talk, and I'd be, oh, hey, you having a good day? I want you to have a good day. And I'd just be on my way. And it was like every day. I'm like, oh, shit. This boss, I can't be seen talking to her for more than 2 minutes.
She hot?
Her face wasn't that hot. She had a rack on her, but her face wasn't that hot.
Butterface, huh?
Yeah. Look at my eyes. She was always looking at my eyes. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
Are they not right there?
They're right. Yeah. But man, oh man. And that stuff was real. You'd find yourself, nobody would know where I was. They would never know how I disappeared.
Yeah, I didn't
But
have
I wasn't taking any chances with the player.
Oh, good move on your part. That's why you're alive, to tell the tale.
Jeez.
Yeah,
I mean, you just have to, Sark's, he's always talking about, making relationships. That was a bad relationship move on their part. It just was.
Yeah, it's probably a bad relationship move, and it was a bad game planning move, because it's one thing if Trey Wisner's averaging 7 yards a carry, and it's like, well, let's ride this guy. This is the hot hand. We don't want to take this dude out of the game. But it's another thing when the three guys that you are playing at running back are averaging 1.3 yards per carry.
Yeah, what the hell's the running back coach doing? What is he doing?
I don't know, because they're not a part of the passing game. They're not running at all. They're missing assignments in pass pro. I don't know. Again, the Chad Scott, it's 5 games into year 1, but the Chad Scott experiment so far has been a failure. And he's not the only coach that's failing right now. There are a lot of coaches who aren't doing a good enough job right now. But, a lot of those guys have track records here at Texas to where it's like, all right, well, they can do better. But we've seen them do better because they were here the last 2 years when Texas made it to the playoff semifinals.
Yeah, I put a lot of faith in Chris Jackson, that wide receiver coach. He's
another one of those guys. It's like he's had success here at Texas. So we feel like, all right, what's happening there isn't great right now.
Yeah, because I'd like to know why the kid Wingo is just kind of. I'm looking at the freshman that rolled in at Florida, and those dudes catching and running with the ball. And I'm looking at this dude on a consistent base. Like I said, he'll catch 2 and drop 6. I'm like, the one on the sideline it's just perfect for a guy who's 6'2". You just go up, it's over your head, it's right there. You catch that ball, and it's not even that hard of a catch.
I just no disrespect to Dallas Wilson and Vernell Brown. I don't know if I said this yesterday. If I did, I'm sorry for repeating myself. Well, those guys are obviously great talents. My guess is, Buck, those guys don't know 30% of the Florida playbook. And still,
they're just athletes. You're right.
Still, their coaches trusted them enough in a huge game. Billy Napier's coaching for his job. He's an offensive coach, so he's a part of that decision-making process. In a game for his life, he's like, no, I think these guys are good, so I'm going to put them out there. We'll see what happens. And they kicked the shit out of Texas. And I don't know, maybe Kalik Lockett and Dalen McCutcheon and Michael Terry and Jamie French, maybe they all suck. Maybe they're all really, really bad. Although recruiting services said they don't. Some of those guys were ranked higher than those Florida guys. But maybe they all suck and they're not good and they can't be on the field. But I would like to see, this is an offense that needs some difference makers right now. And you might have some just standing on the sideline waiting for their number to get called. And you're seeing all of these freshmen at Florida, but in other places too, that are getting to play, and they're making the most of their opportunities. So,
yeah, I just know when I saw number 21 go into the backfield, I said, oh no, they're just reaching now. This is kind of ridiculous. When Niblett became a running back, like when they put him in the backfield, I said, they're just reaching now. This is not going to.
Sorry, Buck, go ahead.
It's not going to end well. If they're thinking this guy is going to become a running back who's played 8 different positions and not had mastered any of them, is going to be your running back against Florida. He's in the game. I'm like, this is just reaching. You're just hoping that maybe he can make somebody miss. And, he's supposed to be this explosive player. I haven't seen anything explosive about him yet. I said, it's just a reach. You can't put that guy at running back. That guy doesn't play running back. Have runners. Take that freshman that you saw a couple of weeks ago, BK, in that other game, run his ass all week so he's ready to go in this game.
Yeah. The problem with the Ryan Niblett experience is, or I should say experiment.
Yeah, that's exactly that. Yeah, it's not an experience. We've not experienced anything. It's an experiment.
Well, it just feels like every time he's in the game, they're going to him. So he played 6 snaps on Saturday. That's not a lot, right? He received 2 handoffs and was targeted on another. So this offense already looks pretty predictable. And then they trot number 21 out there, Ryan Niblett, and it's like it's basically a guarantee that they're going to go his way.
Just follow him.
Right. So, like, basically when he is on the field, he is receiving the ball in some capacity. And I think teams know that now. Like Ron Roberts, Florida's defensive coordinator, has been around a long time. I think you saw that on film. And he's like, oh, 21's out there. Watch 21. And 50% of the snaps he was on the field, he got the football or was targeted to get the football. So
yeah, it's BK, as good as bad as the weeks seem, you got to have leaders, and you have to have leaders in games like Sam Houston and San Jose State. And you definitely have to have leaders in games like Florida, Ohio State, and the rest of this season. I just don't see them. I don't see them because none of them are having enough success on the field. That helps too. Last year when you had the great left tackle, you had a center that was there for 1,000 years. You had a quarterback that had a bunch of experience, and you had receivers that were first and second round draft pick type of guys. Those were your leaders. Those guys had success on the field. They made things happen. When you have guys that don't have any success, and you try to make them your leaders, people look at them and go, well, what the hell have you done?
Right.
They're looking at you like, okay, you can start screaming and yelling. Why am I going to follow you? You don't have any success yourself. There's nothing that's going on. So I don't see anybody that makes them, they always talk about Trey Wisner. I'm like, dude hasn't played. The guy hadn't played since the first game, and now you're expecting him to be your leader. They can't block. He has no push on his hamstring and stuff. That he's not going to lead anybody anywhere.
Now, some of the overall numbers for Texas through 5 games are downright ugly. I mean, the Longhorns, out of 136 teams in FBS college football, they rank 108th in 4th down conversion percentage, 109th in red zone efficiency, 116th in 3rd down conversion percentage, 127th in penalty yards, and 131st in penalties per game.
Yeah, that'll get you out of the top 25 in a hurry.
So you're talking about situational football, and you're talking about having a smart football team. Well, Texas doesn't have that right now. They don't have either of those things right now. That's a problem.
Can't be bad and dumb at the same time.
And they're bad and dumb at the same time. The most frustrating thing that Steve Sarkisian said yesterday, and I say it all the time, right? Like when your coach is winning, nobody cares what he or she says at a press conference. But when the coach of your favorite team is losing, everybody microanalyzes everything that they've got to say. But Steve Sarkisian was asked pretty late in the press conference yesterday if he's surprised or stunned by the fact that his teams has started the year 3-2, despite opening up as the preseason number 1 team in America. Here's what he said.
I don't know if I'm stunned. I mean, take the other, how many teams are there in college football? 130, 36? Take the other 135 and have them go play at Ohio State and at the Swamp and see how they do.
You're coaching at Texas, Coach. Don't worry about those other teams.
Well, here's the thing. Ohio State's the number 1 team in the country. They won the national championship last year. So playing at the Shoe, that's tough. I did see a pretty average Michigan team go in there late last season and beat them, but that's all right. I also saw South Florida go into the Swamp and win a game this year.
Yeah.
So don't tell me about the other 135 teams when a directional school in a G5 conference, now South Florida is one of the best G5 teams, a directional school in a G5 conference goes into the Swamp 3 weeks prior and beats Florida. Don't sit here and act like you've lost to 2 5-0 teams. Ohio State, that's fine. You could say, send anybody else to the Shoe, see what happens. You just lost to a 2-3 football team that wants to fire their coach more than they want to win. Don't sit here and be like, send everybody else against that team and see what happens. Are you kidding me, Coach?
No, just don't put Ohio State in there. Just put Florida in there. Just the team that you lost to, talk about them. Don't talk about Ohio State's team. They're still ranked, I think. Are they number 1 still?
Yes, Ohio State.
Okay, well, yeah, the number 1 team is still the number 1 team, the one who won the national championship last year. They haven't missed a beat, Coach. So Don't worry about you don't even have to worry about their team. Don't even talk about them. They're fine. It's the team that you just lost to.
Right. And it's like, look, he was asked about the 3-2 start, so that does include Ohio State. But like, hey, don't sit here. I mean, Florida's going to win 6 games this year, maybe. So please don't sit here and tell us that Florida's some sort of world beater right now, and nobody can go into the swamp and win a game when we just saw South Florida do it this year. Like, is that what we are? Is that the standard right now? We're not on South Florida's level. Everybody besides South Florida can lose there, but not South Florida. They're so good. Like, there's a way to answer that question. Yeah, like we're always.
Let me ask you this, BK. I know we got a lot of season to go, and this is a huge game this week, and things could change. Things could change just on this game alone. Momentum, and if your kids are fired up enough, which they better be this week, can't get any more fired up than this football game. Is this something that we'll be talking about, that maybe the guy who sounds like a CEO is almost time for him to become the CEO and hire somebody to call plays? I mean, are we getting to that?
Yeah, I think there are already fans who are there. And look, we talked about it after the Ohio State game. Hey, we talked about it in the offseason. Like, that's what Ryan Day did before last year, and Ohio State went out and won a national championship with Chip Kelly as the OC. So I don't know if Ryan Day did that under his own accord, or if he was kind of told, like, hey, man, you're doing great, but we got to take this thing to another level. So here's what we're going to do. But yeah, I mean, they're like, if this offense continues to get stuck in the mud, I think Sark wants to continue to call the plays. I don't think he'll ever want to hire a play caller.
No, I don't think so either.
You wonder if his hand will be forced, and if Chris Del Conte is like, hey, man, let's try this, see how it goes. So I don't know. Like, maybe that happens at some point mid-season where you let AJ Milwee call the plays.
No, I don't think it happens in this year. I think you're gonna battle through this year, whether you're win the rest of the games or you lose 2 more games or 3 more games. I think that'll be an end of the season discussion going in, because the quarterback's going to be coming back probably, unless he's at another school. He's gonna be back, and you can't have him back and go through the same issues.
Right. I agree. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it'll be an off-season discussion. But I think it's more likely a discussion now than it was going into the season. That's for sure. And again,
I thought it would be a little difficult. I mean, because remember, I kept saying it's hard to do this 3 times in a row and have all these things work in your favor. Football just, is. I mean, even the Kansas City Chiefs have some struggles, and they've got the best quarterback in the world. And then things start to happen, and then pieces start to fall apart for you. And it's not always going to be rosy. But I didn't think you'd get to the point. I thought the quarterback play would be to a point where it could carry you for. I mean, it's not like they've lost 6 games. They haven't lost all the games.
They've lost to 2. They've lost to the 2 real teams that they've played, though. They're winless against real teams this year. So that could change on Saturday. But if they lose on Saturday, then it's 0-3 against real teams this year, and that's you don't get to. We're talking about competing for championships here, are we not?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not trying to get to the Alamo Bowl or get a winning enough season that somebody takes me for a bowl game. No, this is a different world here now.
Yeah, you don't get to those by beating San Jose, UTEP, and Sam Houston. You get to those by beating Ohio State and Florida, and they're 0-2. All right, we've got a few sponsor shout-outs we got to get to. We're a little behind on those. Our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered, who was at the Swamp this past weekend. We'll get his thoughts on Texas, Florida, and everything going on around the SEC. But before that, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
Say to our friends over at Relax the Back, of course. My back is starting to feel good, and thank goodness I get a chance to sit in this chair every stinking day. But they also have accessories over at Relax the Back, where if you don't want a chair, if you want to have a chair cover, which I'm going to go pick up this week to bring with me up to Dallas, they have all of that. And it's going to give your back all the comfort that it needs. As I said, the accessories, the vibrating ball for your hamstring, for your neck. They've got all of that all of that stuff. They got Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses. They have got the works. The zero gravity recliners, which did you still have from your parents yet, or is that still at the parents' house? Still there?
Still there. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. They've got all that. 2 great locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods. and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck sometimes at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. I'm rocking my McCall lid on the show this morning. If you want to upgrade your home, new kitchen, renovate a bathroom, add some new life to your outdoor space, anything. Moving sucks. Buying and selling a home, that's not fun. Just add on to the place you got. You got it for a reason. If you want to make your space a more enjoyable place to live, you could do so with McCall Custom Homes. They have been renovating Central Texas homes for 40 years. That's right. A father-son team with 4 decades of experience, and all of that experience has happened right here in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Take advantage of this great opportunity. Free estimates for TSU listeners. Just head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can give Mike McCall a call or text directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And our good friends who are Woods Comfort Systems, folks, make sure everything is ready for wintertime. Not this week. It ain't happening this week. It's still warm outside. But make sure that air conditioning is giving you the right and the proper temperature that you want inside of your home for sure. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. And they also do plumbing. So if there's any leaks, anything that you need to work on when it comes to plumbing, call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Nobody does it better.
No, they don't. WoodsComfortSystems.com, their website, or the phone number to give them a call, 512-842-5066. And now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, indeed.
Somebody asked would Magovic been a better, was a better, he was better, he was awesome in game, making adjustments. I mean, he saw the field, unless he was getting run over by his own players on the sideline. He was on the sideline. He could see the field. He understood where the weak links were, and he just attacked them over and over. And if they didn't change BK, he went right back at them again and again. I mean, he did things to people, in counter plays in the run game that he knew they had a weak link. And if the team refused to move that, to put a different player in, he was going to run right at them again and again. And as I said, with guys like Ricky, it's just, here's a thigh for your helmet, or knee to your helmet. I mean, like I said, tough times are 3-yard runs. This group they can't get those.
No.
You're right. And that's too bad. That's 300 pounders on other 300 pounders, can't budge them an inch.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. All right. Well, joining us now is a guy who was there to witness the bad. And you know what? I'm going to do this. I hope he's still willing to talk to us after I do this. But here's the reality of the 2025 Texas football season. In games that Chris Phillips does not attend, the Texas Longhorns are 3-0. In Texas games that Chris Phillips does attend, the Texas Longhorns are 0-2. So have we found the curse of Texas football? Chris, is it you? Are you willing to accept the blame for Texas's 2 losses?
And where will you be this weekend? This weekend?
Yeah, I guess me and Power 4 opponents are Texas's kryptonite. I don't know. That's something's got to give at some point. Yeah, we'll be at Red River. So
boy,
Texas might go to 0-3. You never know.
No.
Let me guess. You're not going to Texas, Kentucky, so we'll win that one, and that's how it's going to work.
Yeah, I'm not going to Texas, Kentucky. I don't think. Listen, I was as surprised as you guys were. I thought it would be a close, competitive game. I did. I mean, Florida's a team that still has a ton of talent, and as we talked last week, that team will never quit on Billy Napier. They're always going to come out and play with a lot of fire and passion for him. And again, just a team loaded with talent. I think if you're a Gator, you probably woke up a little frustrated on Sunday because you're wondering where that team has been all season. And I thought coming out of the bye week, I thought both teams would come out spirited. And again, the Swamp was, give Florida fans a lot of credit. They backed a 1-3 team about as impressively as you'll see anywhere in college football. That place was rocking. That place was slam packed to the brim. And I don't know, guys. I mean, I've seen Texas twice, and the first time we kind of wrote it off as a season opener, Ohio State, one of the best in the country. Now it's you got some real issues that I don't even know if you can get them fixed. I mean, I don't know how big a strides, because the problem is this. Like, this week's not the week to find yourself on the offensive front.
No.
In the running game. You were supposed to do that in the 3 non-con games you had. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, that's when you figure out who you are and who's our best 5 up front. What's our identity? If we need to discover that, let's gain our confidence. You don't all of a sudden say, hey, we're going to pick up the pieces and go find our confidence against maybe the best defense in the country. So, it's not good. It's not good right now. It's not good. But
what do you see in Arch Manning? I said that he just looks like a kid. The game starts at 2:30, but he doesn't start playing until 4:30. Why is it such a – why is his – I mean, I know the line is struggling, but why are some of the simple things like, hey, dude, throw the ball at somebody's feet or throw it into their face mask? Why do you take sacks? Why isn't the ball being delivered on time at spots? It just looks like he's a step slow. There's no urgency about the way he plays early in the game.
Well, I think not trusting his offensive line's probably got a lot to do with it. He looks like when I watch him, he looks like a baby deer that's like doesn't quite have their footing, like legs are all wobbly, and they're just out learning how to walk. It's really interesting. I mean, you're right. He's getting better later in games, which is odd. Some of the throws he's making are like he looks like a guy out there playing backyard football, but not in a good way. Like he's just kind of improvising the whole time, making it up as he's going along. Like it feels like most times there is no rhythm, there is no timing, there is no flow to anything. He's just, even the big plays they have, and I'm not saying all of them, but I feel like a lot of them, he's just literally slinging it and hoping for the best. Like some of those deep shots, at least. So, again, it's the quarterback gets all the blame, all the credit when it goes well. But, I mean, there's not a whole lot of bright spots with the offense. And it all comes back to him, obviously, at the end of the day. But no, he hasn't been good either. I mean, he lacks confidence. He lacks composure at times. Again, he's coming on later in games, like you said, Bucky. But, I mean, it's hard to pinpoint one specific thing, I think.
Well, it doesn't help when you can't run the ball a lick. I mean, when you can't run it at all, when everything is going to have to be a throw, because you're not going to turn around and hand it off to anybody that's going anywhere. It's just they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, their offensive line got bullied. I mean, you guys know, you watch the game. I mean, it's and Florida's got a good defensive front, right? I mean, it's that was a battle in that ball game that I was interested to see, and they got pushed around. I mean, you're right. I mean, it's Texas we joked about it, guys, I think last week, or maybe a couple weeks ago, but Texas looks like Oklahoma of last year. They cannot move the ball offensively.
No.
So if they're gonna go beat Oklahoma, it's gonna have to be, I think, like 13-10, something like that. 16-13. I mean, I don't know, it is a struggle on the offensive side. And if you can't run the football in this league, guys, we've seen it.
No.
You're going to have really tough sledding.
No doubt. Yeah, Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us here. Chris, before we move on to other games, I'll ask you about Florida. I mean, look, Florida still has some big games coming up. They're in College Station this weekend. They've got the Georgia game. They've got a trip to Oxford. They've got Tennessee. They've got Florida State. Do you think Florida did anything to turn a corner, or do you think that was kind of the dead cat bounce for the Gators, and maybe a combination of that and Texas just not being very good right now?
Yeah, realistically, guys, I think it's a bright spot in a season that we'll still see Florida fire Billy Napier. I think Florida's still probably a, 7-5 team at best, maybe 6. Like Florida, I think, is going to revert back to what they had been. And again, it was so interesting because like the vibes are really high. You get the win over Texas, but most, if not essentially all the Gators I talked to during the game and after the game still agreed, like, hey, great win, Feels good to get a dub. Can't wait to see who our next head coach is.
Yeah, hey,
So, they all agree. It's he still, and I agree too. He still needs to be gone. Even a Texas win doesn't erase a South Florida loss that happened earlier in the year. So and then too, like even Florida fans, I think when the AP poll comes out Sunday and Texas is no longer ranked, I think a lot of them are like, yeah, it's not even really a top 10 win because Texas was reeling and now they're not even ranked. So I they feel good about the win. I feel good about the win for them, but realistically, are they going to maintain this consistently on a week in, week out basis? And I mean, there's things Florida did in that game to try to let Texas back in the second half.
Billy Napier tried to give him the game at the end.
Yeah. I mean, with the timeouts, and he got super conservative, I thought, at times. So, yeah, I mean,
Chris, what about those wide receivers?
I was just going to say that they go to Aggie Land this weekend. I think they probably come back down to earth a little bit.
What about the receivers? Is anybody making phone calls to those young guys, thinking that Napier won't be there? Are coaches getting their buddies to call those guys, other players, to make phone calls to those wide receivers?
Yeah, it's a good question, Bucky, because Dallas Wilson's a freak. I mean, he's a big time dude. I don't know. That's the interesting thing. What I've been told, like a guy even like DJ Lagway, is that like a guy like Lagway loves Florida so much. I think even amidst a coaching change, he might stick it out. Now you never know in this portal era, a guy that talented, the money numbers start being thrown around, and it's easy to say one thing and harder to do another, right? So. They've got I mean, that's the thing with Florida that's baffling is they've got a lot of talent. Like they have a ton of talented football players. It just had not clicked in the season until, Texas came to town, which again makes Texas so baffling because they got a lot of talented football players too, but you wouldn't be able to tell by the way they're playing.
Yeah. Chris, the other big SEC game this past weekend, Vanderbilt at Alabama. Closer than the scoreboard indicates. Alabama pulled away late and ended up covering. But your thoughts on maybe both sides of that Crimson Tide Commodores matchup from this past Saturday?
Yeah, someone with the plus 10.5. I was less than thrilled to see them rush for the touchdown with like 18 seconds left. From the Bama side, listen, Ty Simpson makes me look like a genius every week. I had him before the season with a Heisman ticket. I've still got it plus 1,800. And I mean, the way he's playing, I mean, I think he's the best quarterback in the SEC right now. 340 more passing yards in the game, 2 touchdowns. He had the 1 pick, obviously, but he looked really good. I think the return of Jam Miller from Bama has been super underrated. They're able to get a run push. They're able to get a consistent run game. They're taking some of that pressure off Ty Simpson. You saw it in the game against Georgia. He didn't quite run for 100 yards, but at least gave them the threat of balance to where it gave him room to operate. And guys, we know about the weapons they have on the outside. I think defensively, Bama at all 3 levels, we've talked about a lot. And their secondary, really, really good, a strength for them. The run defense, I think, is still a question, but all in all, Bama's really starting to round into form and be that team that I think many of us thought they could be, including myself. And I'm still high on Vandy. I mean, if there was ever a game that Bama was going to win this season, it was going to be this one. They were going to get their revenge at home. I got a good buddy of mine that actually works on the Vandy staff, and of course, he was at the game in Tuscaloosa, and he told me, he's like, you could tell Bama like really wanted it. This was not your typical game against Vandy where show up, think you're going to win by 50 and whatever. He was saying that the team was really engaged after the game. They're all dapping each other up and celebrating. And it's actually kind of a nod to Vanderbilt, what they've done, that, Bama was ecstatic to get this win over them. But, Diego Pavia spent a lot of time talking, and I think he maybe even pressed a little bit. He tried to do a little too much. Bottom line is this, guys, you can't go into Tuscaloosa. I don't care what team you are. You can't go into a place like Tuscaloosa, like Athens, like Death Valley. You can't turn the ball over 3 times, twice in a red zone and expect to win. You can't do it. And beat a really good team like that, you just can't do it. So I still think Vandy, everything's in front of them. That game they have here in Nashville against LSU, not this weekend, but the following, is absolutely massive in terms of if Vandy is really out here trying to make the college football playoff, which I think they are, That game against LSU is huge for their chances. And again, guys, I think Bama right now, you ask me who's in the SEC title game, I'd be hard-pressed not to put Alabama in there.
What do you think of Texas A&M right now, Chris? They look like they take a step forward every week now.
Bucky, I know you hate to hear it, but that's a good football team. That's a really good football team.
I don't hate to hear it. I don't hate to hear it. I want them to be
DK that hates to hear it, right?
Yeah, DK hates to hear it. I want them to be at their best.
Yeah, you hope they go undefeated until the end.
Yeah.
No, I tell you, man, it is. I think there's a lot of folks out there waiting on the other shoe to drop. That they're waiting on. I see people saying like, "Hey, mathematically, they can still get to 8-4." I mean, heck, we saw them start 7-1 last year, right? Like,
yeah,
we saw this, and they still finished 8-4 somehow. But this team is really good. They run the football extremely well. Big physical offensive line, three-headed monster at running back. I think Marcel Reed, and I think he's playing well, but I think there's more to it. Like, he could be playing even better, and they're still out here doing what they're doing offensively. Craver, Concepcion at the wide receiver position, they are incredible. Concepcion is just he's a big play every time he touches the football. And then, defensively, I thought they did a great job against Mississippi State, shut them down for the most part, just 77 yards on the ground. You trust Mike Elko and company to that defense. He's going to have that defense. It's only going to get better each and every single week. So, I like the way their schedule works out. This one against Florida this weekend, kind of a step up in competition, I think, from Mississippi State, as good as the Bulldogs have been. So that'll be an interesting game. And then that big one really in a couple weeks. At Arkansas is tricky. Don't get me wrong, but that big one at LSU to end the month of October, I think that's going to be one of those kind of defining moments of the season. But, listen, if you tell me right now Aggies are a playoff team, I don't think that's a crazy notion at all. So, we'll see. Maybe the typical implosion is coming somewhere at some point in the season, and I think there's a lot of folks that are waiting on that. But, this just – what this feels like? It feels like a complete football team. Like, they can beat you in multiple ways. They can run it when they need to. They can throw it when they need to. They can play good defense. Like, there's very few holes and weaknesses on this football team. So, again, will they do what they typically do? I don't know. But this team has the makings of a 10-win team.
The big thing I agree with you about Marcel Reed is the fact that he hasn't let it loose yet. He looks like he's playing kind of cautious, and they've told him, we don't want you turning the ball over. We don't want you making throws. We don't want you taking off and running where you think you're going to do something big. Just manage the game for us. Get better every week without having to take a bunch of chances. Because I don't think he's cut it loose yet as a quarterback. I don't think they would let him cut it loose yet.
Yeah, I think there's a balance between taking care of the football and also, like you said, letting it fly and being a gunslinger, right? So downfield vertical passing game. There's a balance to it. So I agree with you. I think there's more in the tank. I really do. I think there's more in the tank. And at some point, he'll have to go in there and pull it out and, go win him a game just with his passing ability. And, again, not to say he didn't do some of that in the game against Notre Dame. He was really, really good in that game on the road in South Bend. But, again, the fact that they can beat you in multiple ways, that the fact you can go out there and you can run the ball 51 times for 303 yards against an SEC opponent, like that's demoralizing. Guys, I hate to say this. They're kind of what I thought the Texas offense was going to be. Maybe I don't know that I thought Texas would be quite as good running the ball, but I think a lot of us thought Texas would be having this kind of offensive success. And obviously the results speak for themselves.
For sure. Chris Phillips of SEC Unfiltered joining us here on Bucky and BK. Y'all be sure to follow SEC Unfiltered on YouTube, on social media, and wherever you get your podcasts as well. Chris, we've already seen one SEC coach get fired this year. And the current Vegas favorite for the next SEC coach fired is Hugh Freeze at Auburn. The Tigers host Georgia on Saturday. Georgia's only a 2.5-point favorite. Obviously a huge rivalry game. The game is at Auburn. I'm just going to ask you, when we're talking 7 days from now, does Hugh Freeze still have his job?
I think he does. I think somehow he does. I don't think they're going to fire him mid-season. It is interesting that a game against Georgia feels like a must-win for them. But, yeah, that seat is scorching. But you're right. I mean, I'll tell you this. I was thinking about this game last night. Just it does set up well for Auburn to pull the upset. Because I said before the season, Georgia's got historically long win streaks against a lot of their rivals on the schedule, right? Tennessee, who they already beat, Auburn, Florida, and Georgia Tech. And I felt like coming in the season, they would lose at least one of those. Of those games I just mentioned, this one might be the best opportunity for that to happen. Night game at Jordan-Hare. I know Auburn hasn't been great, but coming off of the bye week, So is he still the head coach? I think probably yes, but you're right. It is a ticking time bomb there on the Plains. It is, because that would put them, looking at their record, they're 3-2 right now. You'd fall to 3-3. I think when they pick up that fourth loss, and it's like, hey, the playoff is really out of the question, like truly out of the question.
Yeah,
I think that's where you're probably really starting to contemplate making the move. And, hey, listen, that could be sooner rather than later. I mean, Georgia absolutely could go in there and win. And then you got Missouri the following week, who I think Mizzou is a very good football team. Very good football team.
You think that's a tough game for Alabama this week? Is that an Alabama team that feeling pretty good about themselves having to go to Mizzou this week? Or you think Alabama's just kind of on a roll right now that Mizzou won't have a lot of problems with Missouri?
Well, I mean, I think they'll have problems. I think this is going to be a really close game, and I think Mizzou could win this football game. The key matchups in this game, Alabama's defense against Ahmad Hardy and Jamal Roberts trying to stop the run. And on the other side, Missouri's defense trying to stop Ty Simpson in the passing game. That's been both the deficiencies for each of these defenses, and something's obviously going to give, and I think it's going to lead to a little bit of a higher scoring game. I do think Bama can do just enough to slow down that rushing attack. Mm-hmm. And, guys, I hate – and you're right, Bucky. I believe Bama's on a roll right now. I think they're getting better and better each week. They're playing with a lot of confidence. I'll also say this, and I love those Mizzou folks, and I had a great time in Como, but I think you just got to call a spade a spade. Like, this is kind of what Missouri does. They're the bridesmaid, not the bride. Like, they're going to beat up on a bad schedule. Just call it for what it is. They're going to beat up on a lesser than schedule. But when it comes to playing against the better competition, this is where they typically will struggle a little bit. Now, why? Like, what I just said is one of the biggest reasons why this is such a big game for Mizzou. You can win a lot of national respect if you go out and win this game, because it's all of a sudden, it's not like, their best wins right now, are over South Carolina and Kansas. So I think a lot of people are thinking they're, no pun intended, they're paper tigers. You go out and beat Bama, that won't be the case. Yeah, you're going to prove to everyone, hey, no, this is a legitimate playoff contender, maybe SEC title contender. Like, they are for real, not just kind of like last year, right? They went 9-3, but everybody was kind of like, yeah, it was a weak 9-3. They didn't really beat anybody of high quality. So this is their opportunity, but I got to go Bama on the road, guys. 11 a.m. kick. I don't think the atmosphere is going to be much of a factor in this football game, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah.
And I think Bama's on a roll right now. So I think they find a way.
Chris Phillips, a couple more for you here, Chris. We asked you before the year how many SEC teams you think are going to make the playoff. I guess I'll ask you right now, how many do you think are going to make the playoff, but also which SEC teams are you most confident in reaching the 12-team college football playoff when we get to the end of the season?
I'm going to say 5, and let me count them up and see if I actually get there. I do feel confident we're going to get 5. Right now, my confidence levels, I'd go Georgia, Oklahoma, Texas A&M. Those 3 I feel really good about. After that is where it gets a little bit fuzzy. Alabama, I'm going to go Bama. I don't know how I didn't just mention them as well, because it might be Georgia, Bama, and the SEC title again. And then I think one of Ole Miss, Mizzou, and Tennessee are going to get in. So maybe Ole Miss is my 5th right now. Yeah, I'd probably say Ole Miss is my 5th. So I do think we'll have 5. I mean, I think at minimum 4, but I feel pretty good about 5, guys. I really do.
Okay. I like it. And then this Saturday, Chris, you have not told your audience or our audience which side of the Cotton Bowl you will be sitting on for the Red River Shootout. Would you care to make that announcement right now? And obviously would love your thoughts and expectations for your first ever Red River Shootout.
Yeah, I'm super pumped for it. First off, guys, flying into Dallas on Friday, flying out obviously early Sunday. Going to be an incredible weekend with, we've got a lot of friends on both sides, Longhorns and Sooners alike. Thanks to a really good friend of mine who, based off the ticket prices in the third-party market, I feel like I'm getting a real steal sitting in the lower level where I am, but I am sitting on the Texas side. So,
whoa,
yeah, I've got a good buddy of mine that I linked up with in Columbus that he hit me up like last week and was like, hey, I got a ticket to Red River, like section 17, right behind the band, like pretty good seat actually. So the Hex will really get tested, I guess, this weekend. But the fun part is this. So the Cole the Bear Thompson's coming to the Red River Shootout. And so what we're going to do is, I'm like, Bear, we're going to have you sit on the Oklahoma side so we can both get the experience of both sides and kind of just the vibes of each, that whole being two places in one deal. So Bear's going to be there, which I'm excited about. I will be sitting on the Texas side. I mean, if I was sitting on the Oklahoma side and the roles reversed, I would say it's nothing personal. I literally said it weeks ago, hey, whoever can get me a ticket, that's where I'm going to sit. So
there you go.
I mean, ideally, if I could have sat at the 50, I guess I would have, but it's just, hey, you just go where you can go. It's tough sledding out here. So no, it'll be fun. I'm really excited. Really, really good Texas people I'll be with. And yeah, the game itself, I mean, I think it's going to be a knockdown, drag out fight. Going to be a rock fight. I don't know how y'all felt, but I was very intrigued, I'll say, that Vegas felt like Texas should still be the favorite in the game. I don't know what they must really think Michael Hawkins just sucks. And I'm not saying he's great, right? I'm not saying he's great, but what it comes down to for me is even with Michael Hawkins at quarterback, I trust that Oklahoma can get a little creative and do some things offensively more than I trust that Texas can do that. It more feels like Texas just is who they are. I hate to say that, guys. This is, God forbid, maybe this is the week against a great defense. Red River, I've been told it has a way of just truly the unexpected comes to life, right? Yeah. But I just don't know what can click in a week's time. Like, is Texas going to go out and all of a sudden run the ball for 100 yards against Oklahoma?
Well, I'll say this, Chris. That's what Oklahoma can't do. Is they can't come out because if they find a way to run against the Texas defense, Texas is not winning the game, period.
Because this game kind of feels like, we always say it, the game, it comes down to who wins the battle in the trenches.
Yes.
It's never been more true than this game.
Yes,
whoever's offensive line doesn't get their quarterback killed is probably who's going to win. I mean, you might want to pull some wildcat out in this game, like something. Like, you better have your quarterback a moving pocket. Like, I don't know there's going to be a whole lot of being able to take a 5-step drop and sit back there and chill and kind of play 7-on-7. Not with these two defenses, not with these two defensive fronts. Guys, admittedly, we dropped our preview yesterday, predictions, all that good stuff. I did go Oklahoma, 16-13 game.
Wow.
Really nasty, ugly, low-scoring contest. But this is a game, listen, I don't think it's outlandish to say Texas could win, because here's what makes this game, in my opinion, so difficult to predict. Because I do think it's going to be low scoring. I don't trust either offense. Like, I won't be shocked if there's not like a special team score or a defensive touchdown, like a scoop and score, pick six, something that's going to sway the game. And it's like, how do you predict that? I don't know.
A blocked punt, like getting a punt blocked?
Kind of like getting a punt blocked, Bucky. Kind of like getting a punt blocked. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be focused on special teams this week in practice.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like something like that is going to lead to, a sway. And again, I think for both quarterbacks, it's which one can avoid making the costly mistake or mistakes, right? I don't know that either side really trusts what they have under center at this point. So I think it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight. Funny enough, my guy Cole, he thinks it's going to be like a 31-27 game, which I'm like, I don't know what you think is about to happen with these offenses where that's going to happen. But, he tells me Red River, just, again, expect the unexpected. So everything tells me it's lower scoring, and I just – Oklahoma's going to have their own issues moving the ball. But, I mean, BK's right. I've seen Texas in person twice, and I just can't trust that offense to do anything until I see it. I really can't.
Hey, enjoy the food at the fair.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, I'm already dreaming about the cotton candy and corn dogs and fried Oreos and everything else.
You're just getting warmed up. We're later in our show today, we're going to run down the Big Tex Choice Awards, so the top new food items at the state fair. So I'll send you some of those, Chris. But
you guys going to be in Dallas or not?
We'll be there, man.
Okay,
I'll text you our plans. Hopefully, we can link up at some point. And we've got a couple of broadcasts up there, so if you're around, we'll get you on. But
would love to link up, man. I get in town, like I said, noon Friday, so I'm excited, man. I mean, I'll tell you this: I love the state of Texas. Every time I've been, I've had an absolute blast. This will be my third time in Dallas. Once in the downtown Dallas, I suppose, and once I went to Arlington. I'm excited to get back, man. It's going to be a fun time, fun weekend. I tell you this, I know obviously the result very much matters to those here and to those on both sides, but I'm just stoked to experience the rivalry as a whole. This was a game for me. It was a non-negotiable. This is where I was going to be. Excited selfishly as a fan of college football and a fan of sport to take this all in this weekend.
Second best rivalry in college football behind Army Navy, because I support the troops, unlike most people out there. All right, Chris, thanks so much for the time, brother. We'll see you this weekend, and we'll chop it up next week.
Yeah, BK, buddy, appreciate you guys. See you this weekend.
There he goes, Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered, joining us to talk Texas OU and to go around the conference, some of the biggest headlines from the SEC.
Yeah, he's looking at this offense and he's going, my God, how are they going to score any points?
Well, it's interesting. I think most people expected Texas, Florida to be a knockdown, drag out, slugfest, rock fight, whatever you want to use. And it obviously didn't turn into a shootout. There were 50 total points in the game, but it's a pretty easy clear of the Vegas total. And I think it was a lot higher scoring than either of us projected. So somehow, some way, maybe both of these offense can get things going. But I know the Texas defense is coming off an abysmal performance in the Swamp. I expect the Longhorn defense to bounce back and look really good, especially if it's Michael Hawkins Jr. at quarterback for the Sooners. So I think Oklahoma is going to struggle to move the ball and put points up on the board.
Yeah, 17 points may get you to be a winner here.
They may. It may. And you just look at some of Oklahoma's defensive numbers. I mean, I'll pull up this picture right now, and I'll obviously explain this to those of you who are tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. But here are some of Oklahoma's defensive stats this year in their 5-0 start. On the left, you've got NCAA rankings. On the right, you've got SEC rankings. I mean, right now, Oklahoma has the #1 total defense in the country. They've got the #1 defense in terms of opposing yards per play. They're #1 in sacks per game. They're #1 in tackles for loss per game. They're #1 in third down conversion defense. They're #1 in punts forced per game. And then in the country, they're #2 in scoring defense, passing defense, touchdowns allowed, passing touchdowns allowed, and opponent plays of more than 10 yards.
Yeah, this group can get 14. They can get 14 points off of their defense.
I mean, the scary part besides all of it is think about some of the things that Texas has been bad at: allowing sacks, allowing TFLs, third down offense,
getting punts blocked.
Oklahoma's the best in the country at those things.
They force a lot of punts, BK.
Yeah, they force a lot of punts. Oh, yeah. You're talking about a punt block. You're going to the special teams now?
Well, they also force a lot of punts. They have a lot of situations where they can get those. They get that kind of stuff done.
Yeah, more than anybody in the country. They're forcing 8 punts per game. Now, I don't think Oklahoma has played a great offense yet. They played Michigan and Auburn. Those are the two power teams that they've played, and I think Michigan's an average to above average team, but that was the second game for a true freshman quarterback in his college career, and I think Auburn's about to get its coach fired within a couple of weeks. So I do think OU's numbers are a bit inflated by a slightly easier schedule, but the huge but here is Texas doesn't have a great offense either.
No.
So I don't know if Texas's offense is much better or any better than Michigan's or Auburn's right now.
Well, they don't run as good as Michigan does.
No, they don't. They don't. So like I think Texas, look, I feel like Texas is going to win, but am I concerned about Texas's ability to move the football? Shit, yeah. I'd be concerned if Texas was playing Lake Travis this weekend.
Yeah, I kind of agree on that. There's the only thing that keeps me from picking Oklahoma is that it is Oklahoma, honestly, and their quarterback. Those two things. It's Oklahoma because I'll never pick them to beat Texas, and their quarterback. Other than that, even if they can't run the ball, their defense will put them in position because Texas. Well, I don't see this offense doing anything. I just don't see it. I mean, their heroes are made in this game. Somebody. Arch Manning may all of a sudden break out of his funk and become what everybody's been thinking he's going to be. I mean, that's what this game is kind of all about. Yeah. Or somebody else. Somebody generally is a star in this game, and somebody can end up being a GOAT in this game too. So, but for me, it's just I just don't see enough of the offense, and I just don't like Oklahoma. I just can't pick them. I don't care how good they are. I don't care if they're undefeated, #1 team in the nation. I would never pick them to beat Texas. In this particular game, I just don't.
The greatest American hero, Case McCoy.
Yeah, I'm just not going to start doing that, even though what I saw from Texas was really, really bad last week. And I haven't seen anything that makes me think all of a sudden the next week they're going to turn it around. You just don't get running backs and you just don't pick up offensive linemen during the week.
Right. Yeah. That's obviously Texas has to play a lot better in the trenches, and that's usually what determines the winner of Red River. And
yes,
this year's going to be any exception. So.
And they can't run the ball at all.
No. Yeah, that's the scary part because, I mean, most of the stats that we just showed were, pass defense stats, but Oklahoma has the 5th best rushing defense in America, and they've only allowed 2 rushing touchdowns so far through their first 5 games of the year. So they're salty everywhere, and they're not going to be easy to move. Again, they lead the country in TFLs and sacks. You do that when you have a very good defensive line.
So is this going to be the week where I finally go under 100 yards total rushing and enjoy getting 85 yards of rushing and say that's a hell of a day?
Well, are you going to win if you get to 85 yards rushing?
And with their offense getting 60 yards of rushing, you got a chance. Their defense is just going to cause turnovers when they hit you.
Well, I think if you're right and Texas can hold Oklahoma to 60 yards rushing, then they're going to be okay. But that feels like a big ask, don't you think?
Of what I've seen them run the ball, not really.
I mean, they're not a great running team at all, especially without John Mateer. Like, John Mateer's their best weapon on the ground. And, Michael Hawkins Jr. can move, but he's not a John Mateer level runner. And Oklahoma's had some running back issues as well.
But as I said, everybody's going to test Texas in the run game now more than ever now after last week.
And it usually comes down to whoever runs the football better is the team that wins this game.
Yeah, you're right.
I think it's I got to get the exact stat, but I feel like it's 17 of the last 19 or something crazy that.
It's a big number. You're right.
Where the team that wins the rushing yards battle wins the football game. So I know historically, if you run the ball better than the other team, you got a better chance to win. But in this game in particular, it's like for some reason, the team that runs the ball better is usually the team that finds a way to win.
Boy, these are 2 bad rushing teams right now. Man, against 2 defenses that are.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, Texas, I mean, CB says it. Texas hasn't beaten Oklahoma in back-to-back years since 08-09. Texas hasn't won as the home team in Dallas since 2015. And Oklahoma's won 11 of the last 16 games against Texas. So this is.
And Chris is coming to the game.
This is one of the longest runs of dominance, maybe the longest run of dominance. Now, Texas has won 2 of the last 3. It's the good news. But you go back the last 15 years or so, then Oklahoma has gotten the better of Texas more often than not. So you'd like to see that start to change, and you get a nice little 3 of 4 stretch going, which is what it would be if you win on Saturday. Then that does that. If you lose, then it's a year that you were supposed to be a lot better than Oklahoma. You lose to them.
You're just like they were last year.
And then you start wondering if Chris is right. That's not – I don't think the Texas offense is that bad. But, if they go to 3-3 and they're 0-3 against power conference competition, and you think the noise is loud right now, wait till Sunday.
No kidding.
Wait till Sunday. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. Little MLB chatter to get into, and we have to get these Big Tex Choice Awards, the best food.
Hell yeah, man.
Available at the State Fair of Texas, and some of the things that we're definitely going to try when we're at the fairgrounds this Saturday. We've got some great broadcast plans up in the Metroplex that we'll tell you about in a moment. But first, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Say hello to Jay and the gang over there. And folks, you got to pick up your gear because I know you're going. You all go every year to this game. Texas fan, whether they win, lose, or draw, you're there for this particular game. So get your gear, and you can get it all at Sue Patrick's because there's plenty of parking spaces. There's plenty of T-shirts, hats, anything that you need for your tailgating. You're going to be tailgating up there during the course before the game. You're going to love it. So, folks, get it at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. Jelly Cats, I got to get Jelly Cats. Granddaughter's having a birthday. Thinking about getting her a Jelly Cat along with myself, of course. Got to get one for me, one for the granddaughter, one for Coach. Coach has got to have one too, but they've got them all there. Anything you need for all your Longhorn apparel, it is there, and all sizes also. 5222 Burnett Road, or go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Some love to AV consultations as well. Guess what?
Hockey starts tonight.
Hockey is back tonight. Actually, this afternoon. The first game is at 4:00 Central Time, where the Florida Panthers, for the second consecutive year, will be raising a banner to open up the NHL season. But a triple header of NHL games tonight. You've got a few games tomorrow, and then the Dallas Stars will open things up on Thursday in Losapeg against the Jets. But, hockey is back. Playoff baseball is going on. The NFL and college football are here. It's the best time of year to be a sports fan, which means it's the best time of year to make the call to audience.
Hey, the WNBA is getting towards the end.
WNBA finals are going on right now, Buck.
Yeah.
Who's
great.
Who's playing? Do you remember who's playing in that series?
Aces are playing.
That's one.
And Phoenix.
Phoenix Mercury?
Yeah. Is that who they are, the Mercury? Yeah.
Two for two. Congratulations.
Aces are leading the series.
Aces are leading the series 2-0. But yeah, WNBA finals going on right now. If that's your fancy.
Look at all that knowledge. Look at all that WNBA knowledge you folks just got.
That's it.
What are you going to do with it? Now that you know that, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, they don't call him misogynistic Buck for nothing.
Yeah, hey, make the world a better place. Know about your NBA games.
That's
WNBA games. As a matter of fact, I saw a preseason NBA game. I saw the Mavs last night.
Yeah, that's going on. That's going on too. The NBA regular season starts in a couple of weeks. So they don't call October the best sports month of the year for nothing. And it's the best time to call AV consultations. 512-255-8678. Upgrade your home TV setup with AV consultations.
Awesome.
Yeah, and a shout out to the Hecht Law Firm as well. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. A guy who's been a friend of mine for more than a decade, and a guy who's been fighting for justice and big results in Central Texas for a decade. If you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, gets injured on the job, whatever, don't fight the insurance companies alone. They're going to try to pick you apart. Call on a professional to help you get you every dollar that you deserve. HechtLawFirm.com is his website. 512-938-8929 is the number. The best personal injury attorney here in Central Texas is Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
Nice.
All right.
Let me ask you this, BK, before you go on. What's the deal with Mark Sanchez? That dude got stabbed over the weekend?
Dude got stabbed in Indianapolis over the weekend. And
in Indy, that nice little town?
Yeah, and while he was in the hospital getting treated, he got arrested.
That's not fun, being treated for stab wounds and getting arrested.
He got into an altercation with a 69-year-old truck driver. And it turned into Mark Sanchez getting stabbed a few times.
Did alcohol have anything to do with this?
Alcohol had a lot to do with it.
Mm.
But yeah, Mark Sanchez has been charged with a felony, and he was sued by the victim. He was arrested on counts of battery with injury, unlawful entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication. So originally, it's like, I mean, we don't have all the details of this story yet.
Oh, that dude Sanchez gets stabbed, but he's now
he's
charged.
facing the charges. Yep. And yeah, originally it's like, oh my God, Mark Sanchez got stabbed. This is horrible. You feel for him, and you don't want any situation to ever escalate to this. But now it sounds like most of this was Mark Sanchez's fault. So I don't know. We'll get more details. We'll see how this thing plays out in the court of law. But the guy who stabbed Mark Sanchez says Sanchez was coming after him and attacking him. So that's why he acted in self-defense.
I heard he was in the dude's truck. He wouldn't get out of his truck. And I mean, really?
That's what is being said right now. So yeah, it's bad. There's some graphic photos from both sides that are starting to come out, and it's an ugly situation. Ugly situation.
Obviously, Mark Sanchez is going to lose his gig.
Yeah, I don't know if Fox has made any sort of announcement yet on Mark Sanchez's future, but
could have lost his life. He could have lost his life.
Could have lost his life. Yeah, could have lost his life, and he might be spending time behind bars. I don't know. I don't know. But a rough situation for him. That was a wild story that came out over the weekend for sure. Buck, you lost 50,000 units last night on the Kansas City.
Just a drop in the bucket for you people. It was during the Monday night. Way to go, Chiefs.
You did have an awesome weekend, so you're still up on the year, but you did lose 50,000 units on Kansas City. And what was an epic Monday Night Football game last night. So what a finish. Trevor Lawrence, the stumble Rooski, falling down twice and getting up and running in for the game-winning touchdown in the final minute to give Jacksonville the win and a 4-1 start to the year.
No way.
Duval.
Oh.
Yeah, how about the AFC South? The Colts and the Jags are 4-1. The Texans beat the crap out of the Ravens on Sunday to get to 2-3, but you're thinking, all right, this is a first to 9 wins for this division. And yeah, the Colts and the Jags both looking way better than I think anybody expected. So
no doubt.
Yeah, the Chiefs, by the way, they had won 17 straight one-score games going into this season. That was an NFL
now that's
record.
Going bad for them.
They've lost 3 one-score games this year. All 3 losses have been by 1 score. So they were so good the last 2 years of just finding a way to pull a rabbit out of their hat. And this year, again, 0-3 in one-possession games. So luck's starting to run out for Kansas City. They were up 14-0 at one point in that game, too.
That's probably about the time I went to bed.
That's your fault then that the Chiefs lost. You weren't there.
Yes, probably is.
A little surprised that you're not wearing your Yankees cap, Buck. This could be your last opportunity to wear it this year.
Don't need it. That's an easy win tonight at home. Come on.
Yankees, Blue Jays, 7-8. Toronto 1 win away from knocking the Yankees out of the playoffs and moving on to the ALCS.
Does anybody think they could sweep the Yankees? The Yankees are 4-2 at home. They'll be just fine.
They've scored 23 runs in the first 2 games off of Yankee pitching. And it'll be Shane Bieber, former Cy Young winner, getting the ball for the Blue Jays, and Carlos Rodon.
Give me the old man Rodon tonight, yes.
Rodon pitched against Boston, 6 innings, 3 earned runs in Game 2, a game that the Yankees won to keep their season alive. So the Yankees 2-0 in elimination games so far in this postseason. They're going to have to go 3-0 and win the next 3 against Toronto if they want to.
50,000 units on that one.
On the Yankees tonight.
Oh, yeah. Judge is going to quit hitting singles.
You know, I'm very gracious with my MLB picks because I should make you pick the spread, you know?
Oh, no, that's way too much. It's like double. It's probably
the Yankees are minus 160 to win this game outright. Like they're pretty good favorites today. So I don't know if I should be giving you all 50,000 units if the Yankees win at minus 160.
We just go by winners and losers here.
That's not how we normally do it, but you know what? I'll give it to you. You don't need the spread in this game. Dodgers up 2-0. The Dodgers look awesome. They beat the Phillies both times in Philadelphia.
That was a close game last night, and they still win.
Yeah, it was 4-0 at one point, and then the Phillies made it 4-3 in the bottom of the ninth, and they had runners on first and second with one out, and they couldn't bring the tying run home. So Dodgers up 2-0 going home. Brewers up 2-0 against the Cubbies. Looks like we're headed to a Dodgers Brew Crew NLCS. And then Mariners Tigers game 3 coming up this afternoon. That series tied at 1 apiece. So there's your baseball action for you. All right, you want to talk some food here, Buck?
Let's talk some food, man.
I always like to have some fun in the final few minutes of a show. And this is a segment that we do here every single year on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We run down the finalists of the Big Tex Choice Awards. Since 2005, Big Tex Choice Awards contest has solidified the State Fair of Texas as the top fair for great food creations. Each year, State Fair concessionaires fry up tasty and unique foods for a chance to become a finalist in the annual Big Tex Choice Awards competition.
Yeah, this truly is the big dumper.
This is, yeah, Cal Raleigh would love some of this shit, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would.
We've got 5 savory finalists and 5 sweet finalists, and we'll tell you who won at the end. But do you want to start with it? What do you mean? Why are you shaking your head like this food sucks? This food is awesome.
Food is awful.
You don't even eat it. You don't even try it. You don't even know.
No, I don't try that. No, my old stomach would just, I don't want to shard myself. As soon as I put it in, it comes right out.
Well, that's
right down my
every
leg
food for you. You weigh 120 pounds. That's how it always works.
All right, give me the good stuff.
What are we starting with? Sweet or savory?
The non-sweets. The non-sweets.
All right. You would call that savory.
Savory.
So here is, we'll do a little screen share of each of these items, and then we'll explain what these is. You know, Buck, I'm going to let you try to guess what this item is before I tell you what it is. Any guess?
It looks like some kind of pretzel deal.
There you go. Good call. This is the Brisket and Brew stuffed pretzels.
Oh,
Brisket and Brew stuffed pretzels are where smoky barbecue dreams meet classic pub snacks in one golden salty twist. We're talking tender, slow-smoked brisket loaded with deep, juicy flavor and blended with a bold, velvety beer cheese made from sharp cheddar, and a hearty brew. Then it's all wrapped up in a soft, chewy pretzel dough, hand-rolled, sprinkled with sea salt, and baked to crispy, crave-worthy perfection.
The sea salt did it for me. Yeah, the nice sea salt. I could do this. I could eat those.
Okay, I was going to ask, like this, pretzels, everybody loves pretzels.
I could try that.
You're stuffing it with brisket and cheese. Like, that's a pretty good trifecta right there, no?
I can do that, even though I don't do alcohol. I can. There's wine that you put in foods and stuff. I could do that. That'd be okay.
You get either a spicy mustard or a tangy barbecue sauce to dip if you want. I like that.
I like it too. I would try that.
1 to 10. What's your score?
8.
8 out of 10. Okay.
Yeah, that's an 8 for me.
All right, on to the next one. This is number 2 in the savory category. Care to take a guess? This one's a lot tougher to figure out what it is.
It looks like a freaking hush puppy stuffed with a bunch of different. That's garbage right there.
This is crab and mozzarella arancini.
No.
Our crab and mozzarella arancini are handcrafted with an irresistible blend of premium Maryland blue crab meat, white rice, mozzarella cheese, spring onion, red bell pepper, lemon, and black pepper.
Too much mixture. That's going to make me shit myself.
Are you an arancini fan? Do you even know what that is?
No, I don't know what Rod Chini is.
It's like a deep fried rice ball, basically.
No, because I don't like that Louisiana dish. What are those things called? And those big old balls that you guys eat?
Boudin?
Yeah, I don't do boudin balls. No. I don't like boudin balls, elephant balls. I only like these nuts.
Yeah, you like Rocky Mountain oysters a lot, though.
No, this won't work. I won't have that.
All right, this is like do you not like crab cakes?
I do like crab cakes.
Well, this is like a little fried crab cake ball, isn't it?
Well, you know what I found even tastier than crab cakes? Shrimp cakes.
Interesting. Haven't had that before.
Those are good. Those are delicious. Whole Foods gets those every once in a while. Shrimp
All right,
cakes. Try those.
So 1 to 10 on the arancini.
4.
4. All right. On to the next one here. Number 3 in the savory category. Here's the picture. This one, I'm sure you could figure out what they are.
Yeah, that's something that's what's the name of that taco?
This is a deep fried deli taco. We all love a good food mashup, and the deep fried deli tacos are fusion magic at the State Fair of Texas. Picture this: peppery pastrami, buttery mashed potatoes, gooey white cheese, and fresh chives, all tucked into a corn tortilla and deep fried to crispy perfection.
Hey, picture this: white underwear with a mess in them dribbling down the back of your leg.
Do I have to picture that?
Yeah. After you take a bite out of that, then picture that in about less than 15 minutes. That's what you're going to have.
So this is like, pastrami sandwich rolled into a taco. It's like New York deli and taqueria combined into one.
Hey, look, at least you got some water. Look, it's good water right from the ranch. Good stuff.
Yeah, that is an alcoholic beverage, sir.
It says ranch water.
Yeah, it does say ranch water, and it also says at the bottom contains alcohol. Don't make that mistake.
I almost made that mistake at the fair itself a couple of years ago.
Yes, you did. All right, so 1 to 10 on the deep fried deli tacos.
That's a 1.
Really? That's the worst one so far.
So far, that's the worst one, yes.
I think this one will be even lower for you because I know your thoughts on this type of item. Care to guess what we have here?
That's some form of dog's pecker wrapped up in with mustard on it. I don't know what is the wrapping around that dog pecker.
This is not a Dog's Johnson wrapped up here, but you for some reason are very infatuated by dog peckers. Can't quite figure that one out. This is called the Vietnamese crunch dog, and you also do hate Vietnamese people, Buck, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my God.
That's a bad combination. This, another fusion. It blends the classic corn dog with vibrant Asian flavors. Juicy marinated meat is wrapped in a fluffy batter coated in a crispy mix of panko and banh mi crumbs, then deep fried to golden perfection, topped with sriracha mayo and served with tangy pickled veggies.
Nice.
So
I'm there. That's a 9 for me.
No, it's not.
It is. That thing doesn't have that's not a corn dog. It doesn't have the little red rocket coming out, right? It's got veggies in it.
Well, it says it's juicy marinated meat. I think it's a deep fried corn dog. That's
the marinated meat. No, that little red head is going to show at the end. No, thanks.
I think that's what it is. The pickled veggies are on the side. You see the veggies. I don't think they're like inside the.
Oh, they're not inside. Oh, no. Okay, that's a 0.
I was gonna say, yeah, it looks corn dog.
0. I don't do that. I don't do corn dogs.
All right, yeah, you don't do corn dogs because you had a bad experience one time sucking off a dog or something. I don't know the whole.
It just reminds me of Little Red Rocket when the dog starts trying to hump somebody. Here comes a little red rocket. That's what a corny dog's know. That's a 0.
That's a 0. All right. Last but not least, I think you're gonna love this one, Buck. We've gone cold here with the last 2, but here is number 5.
Wow.
The last in the savory category for the Big Tex Choice Awards at the State Fair of Texas.
Looks like bacon in there somehow.
This is the Wagyu bacon cheeseburger deviled egg sliders.
Ooh, that's a little one. Yeah, that's a 10.
Who knew a deviled egg could become the juiciest, most flavor-packed burger slider ever? I think you did, Buck. We know your affinity for deviled eggs. The Wagyu bacon cheeseburger deviled egg sliders start with a Cajun seasoned Wagyu patty topped with aged cheddar and crispy applewood bacon. The twist, instead of a bun, it's sandwiched between 2 deep-fried panko-crusted deviled egg halves. Crispy outside, creamy and tangy inside.
Yeah, I'd give that a shot.
There is a 100% chance that I will be trying these.
Yeah, I'd go ahead and poop myself for this.
that's your line right there. Like, if you're willing to try it, am I willing to crap myself to eat this?
I'll give that one a shot.
How about that? Deep fried deviled eggs instead of the bun surrounding a bacon cheeseburger slider. Hello.
Man.
So those are your 5 finalists, Buck. You care to take a guess on the winner of this year's Big Tex Choice Awards in the savory category?
This has got to be the one right here.
I know that's your winner, but it ain't.
Who's going to win is the taco one.
No, it's the crab and mozzarella arancini. That was named the best taste savory.
Yeah, nothing like fresh crab. Is that crab shipped? Where's it shipped from? Baltimore?
They say it is shipped from Baltimore.
But
I think it was shipped from Lake Dallas.
Lake Travis?
No. They're not going that far. This is
Dallas.
Dallas.
They don't want to put it on ice.
By the way,
on ice.
Yeah, no kidding. By the way, the deviled egg bacon cheeseburger sliders did win the most creative item this year.
Gross.
So they did win a little something there.
Let's get to some sweets.
Let's get to the sweets. We'll bring on Wags for this. We'll do a little crosstalk here.
20 real quick. Is the winner, is that fake? Was it fake crab?
No.
It was real crab.
It says premium Maryland blue crab meat, Wags.
All right, that's bullshit, because if it's premium, it ain't getting it might be, if it's premium, it's shipped in the day of. It's fresh, right? It's probably coming from it's probably coming from the Gulf.
Hey,
that ain't coming from Maryland.
Your definition of premium is not the same as the state fair's definition of premium.
That's for sure.
All right. It's coming from Maryland. Now, it's been there for 2 months. It's been frozen somewhere.
It's been on a dead body.
But it's from Maryland. I believe that it's from there, but is it coming in every day? No chance.
I can't wait to have my Philly cheesesteak when I get there.
Yeah, that's the weirdest bit
So,
ever.
I mean, I can get that. Like, I would think that the sliders, the deviled egg, and what is deep fried deviled eggs? Like, isn't that just fried egg?
Just go with it, Wags. It's good.
No, I'm serious. Like, I would go with it, but it's probably messy. Like, they probably gave it to the crab fritters or whatever, the crab fidgeties on the defensive line, because they're just easier to eat. It's not as messy, right?
The Texas offensive line looks like they've been dieting on those things the last couple of weeks. All right, on to the sweet category, gentlemen. Another 5 finalists, and we'll give the winner at the end. These are a little tougher to guess because there's always a lot going on. But
is that a marshmallow?
I'll go ahead and just read these off. This is called the Candy Lemon Sour Face.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the description. Take a bite out of a candy-dipped lemon with a little bit of sweet and a little bit of sour. Let your taste buds explore the explosion of a sour, sweet tart taste of a delicious candy-coated lemon. Indulge in Candy Lemon Sour Face and let us take you on a roller coaster of sweet and sour flavors. Doesn't really say what all is in here, boys.
That's a lot. That's
a one.
It's a candy, like a lemon.
What is the green thing? The candied lemon?
Yeah, you're just biting into a lemon here. That's disgusting.
No, thank you. That's a one, BK.
It is good for scurvy though when you eat lemons. I've been told.
Oh.
Not sure why I know that. All right. Yeah, I don't. Wags, what's your score on that? Sorry,
I'll try. I'm a sweets guy, right? I'm a tart guy too, but that's something that you can't. I don't know. Maybe once. I'll put anything in my mouth once.
We do know
that's
that.
a one too. Wags,
we do know that.
All right. Here is the next one: the Chill and Thrill Delight. This is apparently a twist on a very popular dish from Colombia. I don't know if that's Missouri or South Carolina.
What's the is that new? Are those noodles?
Looks like noodles. It's a Texas-sized cup packed with juicy diced mango, pineapple, watermelon, grapes, cantaloupe, and strawberries, all soaked in fresh watermelon juice with a splash of lime. It's topped with a handcrafted shaved mango sorbet that slowly melts into the mix for a sweet, tangy fusion.
Oh yeah, that'll make you crap yourself. I'd try that once.
Is that?
Give me a 10. Give me a 10 on that.
Give me a 10 on that. Give me a 10 on that.
Are those noodles? What is that?
No, they just said it's shaved mango. It's diced mango.
It's the mango shaved. Yeah, I'll try that.
That's mango shaved?
Is that frozen?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Huh. I guess I've never seen that in
So
person.
it looks like it's frozen mango, right?
Drink. Yeah, we'll try that, Wags. That's a 10.
Shaved mango sorbet. That slowly melts into the mix for a sweet, tangy fusion. All right. So you guys are in on that. Let's go to the next one.
I want that today.
Sorbet's new to the menu. I'm all about it.
Number 3. Chocolate lovers. How about this, boys? This is the Dubai chocolate cheesecake. Dive into a decadent cup layered with pure indulgence. At the base, rich Belgian chocolate melts into a luscious pistachio spread, perfectly blended with a delicate crunch of sweet, golden katafi.
Yeah, what's the yellow stuff?
Did you just say Belgian instead of Belgium chocolate?
What now?
Did you say Belgium chocolate or Belgium?
No, that's how it's pronounced. You're European, Belgian.
Yeah, Belgian. The country is Belgium, so we're pronouncing it correctly here. And creamy tahini nestled above are chunks of velvety New York-style cheesecake, adding a smooth and tangy contrast. To finish, each cup is crowned with a generous drizzle of silky chocolate, a swirl of pistachio cream, and a final sprinkle of crushed pistachios for an irresistible crunch.
So
is that what I don't want any Tejanos in my meal there.
Is that the yellow juice right there? Is that the pistachio stuff?
That's the Tejano.
That is, I don't know if there's any Tejano cream in there. There is some pistachio cream.
Tejano band did something in that.
The creme of some young guy.
Yeah, I don't want any of Rodney's cream. Maybe that's why he's not here today. He's too busy putting his Tejano cream.
Some batches of cream there.
No Tejano cream for me.
Rodney.
That's automatic. That's a Rhea. That's going to be total Rhea right there. Spritzy, watery Rhea.
So Wags, what say you?
Horizontal right there, buddy.
Bucky's out on the Dubai chocolate cheesecake.
I'm with Buck. I'm with Buck.
Thank you, Wags.
All right. We move on to number 4 of 5 here. 2 more to go before we announce the winner. These are
those fries? Caramel fries?
Russo's Dubai chocolate funnel cake fries.
Oh,
yeah.
Russo's Dubai chocolate funnel cake fries.
What's the green stuff?
Here we go. Brings bold, indulgent flavor to every bite. Crispy golden funnel cake strips are drizzled with warm Belgian chocolate, then topped with pistachio cream and delicate pieces of knafe pastry.
Gaddafi?
I don't know. This rich, nutty, and crispy treat takes funnel cake to a whole new level of indulgence.
I tried that. That's a 10.
What's the green drizzle? Are you telling me that green is chocolate?
This is more Tejano cream, pistachio cream.
The Tejano band is creaming all over the fair.
Well, they got the mariachi band from DKR to come to the fair.
I'd try it, though. I'd take a whole boatload.
I don't know. Can we get it without the Tejano man's offspring on it?
Yeah. I would try that. That's a 10.
That's funnel cake. It's like chocolatey funnel cake with
everybody likes funnel cake.
The cream of some young guy. And last but not least, boys, the 5th finalist in the sweet category. My mouse is giving out on me here. Here's the little screen share.
Oh, is that ice cream?
You got ice cream in this one, Buck. I know you're in.
Crunch, dude. That's Captain Crunch.
This is Texas toast a la mode. We've got a warm golden baked French toast bake topped with a generous scoop of Bluebell homemade vanilla ice cream with no listeria. Interesting description there. Yeah. Slowly melting into every cozy bite, drizzled with rich caramel and real maple syrup, and sprinkled with a fun cinnamon cereal crunch for that extra pop.
Did you say drizzle or jizzled?
Yeah, jizz chisel
in or around your mouth.
Chaz jizzle.
You're getting jizzled here with some caramel and maple.
It's got ice cream. If it's Amy's ice cream, I'm in.
Well, it's Bluebell, not Amy's.
Oh, nobody will know the difference. I'll bring my own ice cream.
They don't have the Amy's up in the Metroplex.
No, I'd do that one right there. That would be my 10. I'd try that. It looks good.
Now you have told the people, Buck, that you are not eating ice cream until Thanksgiving.
No, I just said I would do it, not win. Can't do it. I can't. I'm still doing good.
This is an anomaly. Like, this is a once every year. Like, this is an anomaly of a thing. Like, he gets a pass for this, does he not?
He has a pass any day for me. Problem is, Buck, you can't get this year round. The state fair is only open from like now until mid-October.
I can't do it. I mean, I'd like to do it. I like that. I like the look, but I can't. I'm saying until Thanksgiving. I'm still hanging on.
All right, Wags, what say you on this one?
I'm a 10 on this. I'm definitely trying this.
Yeah,
I'll try.
awesome.
I'm a 20 on this. I'll try it for Buck too.
Thank you, Wags. That looks great.
I'll try it for Buck. So here's the thing: the game we should play is how much this stuff costs. Like, Price is Right.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't say on this.
16 tickets in line. Stand in line and get your 16 tickets.
You're probably right. It's probably 16 tickets, which yeah, they have their own currency at the state fair. Which is
yeah, for some reason, some reason somebody's got the game where they get their own currency.
You guys care to take a guess on which of those 5 finalists won the best taste in the sweet category?
I want to say the Texas Toast.
I'm going to say the Texas Toast because I know it's not. Please don't tell me the lemon deal did.
Yeah, that's too tardy.
The pasta dish.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the spaghetti a la fruit with the win.
Yeah, that's the one I want to try. I want to try that when I'm there. That one right there.
It's saturated in watermelon juice, right? Like the mango is blended with watermelon juice.
Yeah, it is.
I like the little mangoes. That's gonna be fruity.
It's a bunch of fruits. So a bunch
Since
of
I'm
Oklahoma fans. Yeah, it's Oklahoma fans because they're all a bunch of fruits and they're saturated in watermelon juice.
Yes.
So would you consider that a gelati?
No, it's fruit. It's just fruit.
A who?
A gelati. Mayor Gelati or whatever his name is up there.
They don't eat ice cream. I mean, that's gelato. Gelato is not ice cream. Don't let anybody try to fool you with that, Wags.
Oh, gelato?
Is that what it's not? But that's what it's called, right? Gelati? Get a gelati?
You know what I don't need it. Right? I know ice cream. That's all I know.
It's like ice with cream in it. Gelatis?
Gelatos?
Gelatos. My bad. Gelatos.
Yeah, no, I don't do. I've tried it a couple times. It never does anything for me.
Wait, is it really called a gelato? I thought it was a gelati all this year or all this time.
Gelato.
I've been calling it a gelati.
Oh man. Well, you guys have been pronouncing words incorrectly for a long time.
A long time. Just add BK will help you with the pronunciation.
Hey, we set the standards, guys. We set the standard.
I am Merriam and Webster here. All right. Buck, I'm hanging out with Wags for the next 15 minutes.
Right
so
all right, boys, listen, have a great rest of the day. I'm going to go stretch myself, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Have a circus with it, Buck. Have a circus with it. Little cream of some young guy in about 10 minutes, boys. Oh, welcome to another crazy edition of Chaos Theory. Hey, our boy BK is staying on with us. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. Wanted to get into a little bit of playoff baseball. It looks like the trend of the wild card, whoever's in the wild card, looks like they're going to be propelled into the World Series. Dodgers starting to catch a little bit of heat right now. Cubbies starting out, pretty hot, and then all of a sudden just letting the Brew Crew come back and taking 2 off of them. These series almost out of reach, I guess, for the Cubs and also the Phillies here. Phillies losing Wheeler, that was kind of a detriment to the rotation as well. They're probably struggling to get back to it. And the Dodgers just catching fire. Best team in baseball that you can buy. Your thoughts on the postseason so far?
Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers look great. I think that's got to be your biggest storyline, right? I mean, look, they were heavy favorites against the Reds in round 1. No surprise that they swept Cincinnati in that short wild card series. But, Philly had the best home record in the majors this season. And for the Dodgers to go into the bank, which is not an easy place to win, and take 2, they're going home with 2 chances to just win 1 to move on. I mean, they look really good. They look inevitable right now. And look, baseball, the beauty of baseball is you can't predict it. And you can look great in one series and look awful in the next series. So you shouldn't be planning the parade just yet in Los Angeles. But they've been the heavy favorites all year in Major League Baseball, and through the first couple of weeks of the MLB postseason, they look like they are still the heavy favorites to be hoisting that commissioner's trophy.
Yeah, man. I agree with you. Like, if I had, $1,000, I would have gone and laid it down on the Dodgers. I guess you should have. I know it's easy money. It's probably as good of even odds as you can get, but they're the team to beat. They're the hottest team right now in baseball. And I know that you said there's no momentum in baseball. Maybe the next starting day's pitcher or whatever, but Dodgers look hot, and they look like the team to beat right now, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy that, they can use Tyler Glasnow out of the bullpen, right? I mean, I think he might be the starter for game 4 if it gets there. But in game 1, a couple of days ago, they literally brought him out of the bullpen, and he's like, that guy would be a number 1 starter on a number of teams across Major League Baseball. And the Dodgers rotation is so good and so deep that it's like, no, we could take you out of the bullpen for a couple of big innings here. I mean, they're just loaded. And yeah, obviously it helps that they've spent as much as they've spent. And it's kind of ridiculous. Like, the salary cap issue is one that's been talked about in baseball for a long time. And I don't think that's going anywhere. Or I should say, I don't think that there's going to be a salary cap. I don't think like that issue is going to stop being talked about anytime soon. But the conversation of deferred salary is one that probably needs to be had, because the Dodgers, part of the reason why they're able to, build the roster the way that they are is they are deferring so much money, especially to Shohei Ohtani, who's obviously on the biggest contract in the sport. Like that's a huge advantage for the LA Dodgers, who already have more money than just about anybody else. So I do wonder if MLB will ever look into that. But look, case in point, the Dodgers are really good. And they're making quick work of these first 2 rounds of the playoffs.
Very quick work. All right, man, let's shift into some NFL real quick. I know we ain't got a lot of time. We got John from Bevo Boomer podcast coming on today at the bottom of the hour. Talk a little bit of shit for the boys up north there. I mean, it is 9-17 and OU still sucks, but we got to have some perspective of the other side of the field come on here. So John's going to come on here and talk a little bit of the game, the matchup, if there is one this week. I guess it depends on if Mateer or Hawkins plays, if we're going to be able to kind of compete or not. But if Mateer plays, I don't give us too much hope, and we'll get into that at the bottom of the hour. But yeah, real quick, man, we've seen, a quarter of the NFL season, a quarter of pro ball go past right now. Each team has collected a loss. So I wanted to share with you guys my power rankings, and I got some teams on here that were left out of the top 10, and maybe I need you guys to validate if I'm nuts or not, if I'm losing my, my stuff. I mean, I got Kansas City not even in the top 10 here. And rightfully so. I mean, especially, you saw a performance last night. It looked like they're starting to get back and start to win that battle of attrition. Worthy's getting back in there, but still they got some bumps and bruises along the way. And they fought a tough Jacksonville team last night that was able to claw their way and find a way to win. And I mean, improbable too, right? When you to Sunshine falling on his ass, getting tripped up, and then looking for a miracle to find his way into the end zone, and just, hey, what do you know? They win that Jacksonville hosting, the champions there. But yeah, is first and foremost, before we get into the power rankings, where are you at with the Chiefs? For Chiefs fandom there, do you think that, maybe they start to hit the panic button? Has their era of championship football kind of come to a little bit of a pause?
I don't know. I think it's too early to stick a fork in Kansas City, right? Do that at your own peril. And I feel like a lot of years people will see them play poorly in September or October and say, oh, yeah, this is the year where the Chiefs stop. And then where do we see them? Well, in the AFC Championship in January. So, it's interesting. Kansas City going into this year, Bucky and I talked about this a few minutes ago, and the Chiefs had an NFL record 17 straight wins in one possession games. So anytime a game was close, they were the team making
the play. It's not happening this year, though.
Yeah, and so far this year, all 3 of their losses have been by 1 score. They're 0-3 in one possession game. So sometimes that luck doesn't translate year over year. You kind of felt like with the Chiefs it was, because it's the Chiefs, and they're so good. And also it almost just felt like at times that there's a mental block in other teams that play the Chiefs because they're going up against the Chiefs. But, I mean, Kansas City last night was just undisciplined. I think 12 penalties, a couple of uncharacteristic turnovers. Obviously, Mahomes had that 99-yard pick 6, which was costly. Huge PI on that final go-ahead drive for the Jaguars that kept that drive alive. So, yeah, it's weird. It's stuff that we're not used to seeing for Kansas City. I still feel like they're a top 10 team in football. I think it's a back end of the top 10 team right now. But
gatekeepers, right?
Clearly they've got some issues to address because look, they've got the Lions this weekend.
Yeah,
they play in a tough division in the AFC West, so they've got to get some things cleaned around just to make sure that this season doesn't start to fall off the rails.
For sure. So I'm going to give you my 10. I'm going to give you my gatekeeper, and then I'm going to let you, or just going to go down and tell you the teams that I guess honorable mention, right? That were kind of, right next to the gate, just trying to get in. But, the Chargers, LA Chargers at 10, held them out. Chargers with a 3-2 record. I would have them higher, but they're just inconsistent, right? They've, 2 drops now to the NFC East, to the NFC least, if you want to call them that. The Giants, that's unforgivable. The Commanders, sure, right? They're a potential playoff caliber team, but the Giants, no, and it looks like the Chargers are still going to Charger, but with all that talent, I still, and a winning record, I have them at 10 as the gatekeeper. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's a little too high for the Chargers right now. I think they're good. I think they're a playoff team. And what is it now? 14 teams make the playoffs in the NFL. So I think the Chargers are in the 11 to 15 range, but too inconsistent at times. And, they jumped out to an early lead and then got punked by the Commanders the rest of the way. So Chargers are good, but you got them a little higher than I think I would.
Right on. Then right below them, I got Green Bay, and just make this one real quick. I got Green Bay, Washington, Kansas City down there at 13. Seattle, a tough Seattle team that can get you when they're at home too, with Sam Darnold there. They're 3-2 club. And then San Francisco, a 4-1 San Francisco team. I mean, that they're struggling with the battle of attrition too, right? But I have them at 15 just because BK, I don't know where the hell they're going to go.
Yeah, we've got different rankings, I guess. Like, I think Green Bay is a top 10 team in football. I know the last time we saw them, we saw Dak Prescott and the Cowboys put up 40 in a tie.
Also, the loss to Cleveland, the way they lost to Cleveland,
it wasn't great. I still think Green Bay is one of the best teams in the league. I think San Francisco belongs in the top 10. I get it. They're losing a couple of guys, but it's really impressive what they're able to do despite all of their losses. And if you can win against good teams with backups, and you've shown me something. So I'm a little higher on San Francisco and Green Bay than I guess you are based on your ranking.
Where are you at for New England? I got New England right outside of 15 at 16 looking in.
Yeah, I don't know. They're not very close to the top 10. They're probably around the same range for me. You give them some love going into Buffalo and winning. Sure, it's not easy.
Sure.
Their first loss of the year. So, look, Mike Vrabel's a hell of a coach. I still have no idea why Tennessee got rid of him. I'm sure they're regretting that right now. But, I don't think the Patriots have the talent of a top 10 team in football. But they've been one of the better stories so far. And I know a bunch of Survivor players are pretty pissed with what New England did.
A little bit, right? Night. Yeah, a little bit.
But yeah, I don't know. They're top 20, but closer to 20, I would think.
All right. Now, inside of the top 10 here's where it gets a little bit more of a juicier conversation. After the win last night, does Jacksonville have the right to be listed at number
9? Yeah, I think that's fair.
4-1 club.
I think that's fair. I mean, they're 4-1. They've been maybe the biggest surprise in the NFL this year. Like, I'm not a huge Trevor Lawrence guy. I just don't believe that he's very good. Now,
it's funny because this dude was all the hype coming out of Clemson, right?
Yeah,
like he was the next prototype quarterback, or at least that's what all the national pundits were heralding him as.
Yeah, of course. And we're in year 5, and it still feels like we're kind of waiting for that to happen. Now this may be the worst day ever to say that, considering he just led a comeback against the Kansas City Chiefs last night and was amazing down the stretch. But yeah, it's too much inconsistency for me to buy into Jacksonville as a legit contender. Now, having them at number 9 in your power rankings when they're 4-1, I don't think that's unfair. They're probably in the 9 to 12 range for me. But I don't trust that this is super sustainable. And I know the AFC is off to a horrible start. Like a lot of the teams that were supposed to be great, Baltimore sucks. Kansas City's 2-3. Houston is 2-3. Cincinnati obviously was supposed to be good. They're done already. So it hasn't been a great start. Like, the teams that have quarterbacks don't have great rosters, and the teams that have great rosters don't have quarterbacks outside of Buffalo right now. So
Crazy.
that's kind of where we're at. But yeah, I'm still not super bought in on Trevor Lawrence. I think he's going to come down to earth in Jacksonville. Maybe they get a wild card spot, but I don't see them as a legit.
So last night wasn't like a defining moment for Trevor Lawrence's career.
Yeah, it could be. What does he do with it, right? Is it the start of something? But we're in year 5 and we're still asking, like, when is it going to look like?
When's it going to be consistently good?
Yeah, and maybe Liam Cohen's the guy to unlock him. And
as long as you can pronounce Duval the way you can, Liam Cohen, you know,
Duval.
maybe you can make miracles happen with sunshine.
Yeah,
Duval.
There it is. There on cue. All right, number 8, real quick. Got to give them a little bit of love. They stumbled a little bit, but it looks like they're starting to fire on all cylinders. It's the LA Rams, man, the other LA team. With whenever, and I know like the injury, bug has been up in the air for Matt Stafford. His health has been up in the air, but it looks like he's been able to manage it, keep it at bay. And whenever that he's firing on all cylinders, that team's firing on all cylinders. Kyren Williams, I think they give him a good balance with their plan of attack. I like the Rams right now at 8.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Jesus, Puka Nacua has 52 catches
insane
already for 588 yards. This is the first time I'm seeing these stats. Like, that is incredible. Through 5 games?
5 games.
Man, he's
number one. I mean, clearly number 1 wide receiver in the NFL, number 1 point getter in fantasy. So.
Yeah, he's been great, and tough loss to the Niners, but yeah, I think the Rams are a playoff team for sure.
Surprised by this next one, the Pittsburgh Steelers at 2-1. Now remember they're coming off the bye right now, but the Aaron Rodgers led Pittsburgh Steelers still too little of tape to give them a justification at this.
Yeah,
the top 10?
I think so. I mean, their wins they barely beat the Jets, who were
correct
awful.
Jets have somewhat of a potent offense though, right?
They won. They won in New England, and yeah, I just told you I don't think New England's very good, but that's their most impressive win, and they beat a Carson Wentz-led Minnesota Vikings team by 3.
A lot of weapons, but it's still Carson Wentz.
They played one playoff caliber team, and that's Seattle. And I don't know if Seattle's even going to make the playoffs, and they got boat raced. So I need to see Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh against a team with a pulse. I mean, they play Cleveland and Cincinnati these next 2 weeks. Like they could get to 5-1.
Right.
But they've got some tougher games coming down the line. So until they start beating some good teams, I'm not going to be super bought in on them.
Number 6. Indiana Jones. The Indianapolis Colts. How about that? Number 6.
They should be higher than that, but like because it's Daniel Jones, it's like you can't.
Can you trust him? Can you trust Daniel Jones?
I mean, I trust that if the season ended today, he'd be the MVP in the NFL, which is the wildest thing ever.
You know what? That makes me, I guess, feel a little bit more validated with the contract that the Giants gave him. Maybe they did try and see something, but then also, you got to walk that back, double-edged sword. Why didn't it happen at New York, right?
Yeah, well, the Giants are the Giants.
Oh, we're friends. You can be truthful here. They suck.
Yeah, the Giants are the Giants.
Misery loves company. I'm good.
Yeah, no, the Colts have been a great surprise. Again, the Colts and the Jags. I feel like I said the Jags may be the biggest surprise, but it's a team in their own division that's just as big of a surprise. They're both 4-1, kind of out of nowhere. So, yeah, great story for Indianapolis. I've always been a big Shane Steichen guy.
Okay.
I was doing radio in Houston when the Colts hired him away from Philly, and I'm like, y'all watch out for this guy. Like, I think he's a great hire. I think he's going to be really good. It didn't happen the first couple of years, but it's because Anthony Richardson sucks. Now, Steichen may be the reason they drafted him. So if you want to hold that against him, that's fine. But I don't think anybody could win with Anthony Richardson now with an average at best quarterback, like a guy who's been below average in his career. He's got them playing some damn good football. So I'm a Shane Steichen guy.
They look fall down without being touched, man.
I know. Yeah, it's, will the other shoe drop, right? Like it feels like it probably will happen, but they're a great story for now, and they're a complete football team, no doubt.
Yeah, man. Very underappreciated weapons there at the wide receiver core as well.
Great group of receivers, and Jonathan Taylor still has it.
Yeah, exactly. One of the best running backs in the league, coupled with a great offensive line as a unit. Number 5. I was reluctant to give them this bid, but after the win against the Eagles, I think the Denver Broncos are back into the top 5.
Okay. Big win for them. I think they're top 10. I don't know if they're top 5, but yeah, to go into Philly and get that win, you talk about a signature win. That's one for Sean Payton. And man, J.K. Dobbins, good to see him healthy. He feels like he always gets hurt. I'll knock on wood that he could stay on the field. But he's good.
Sorry, huge stock in J.K. Dobbins for fantasy.
Shoot,
you want to be putting the curse on him.
Oh, no.
All right.
That's on me.
No, you're top 4? But yeah, absolutely. Like J.K. Dobbins, it's like clockwork, man. It's like it's not if, it's when, right?
Yeah.
Like that's if he can stay healthy, the Broncos could be galloping to a championship here, man.
Yeah, they look pretty good. Bo Nix is playing well in year 2.
Yeah, are you a believer in Bo Nix?
I think he's good enough. I don't think he's like one of the best quarterbacks in football, but I think he can manage the team, drive the bus enough to a playoff berth. And look, with Kansas City down right now, maybe Denver can take over in the AFC West.
They're looking for, and you know that old adage, right? Like the team that usually, I guess Sean Payton kind of throws this one off a little bit, right? He's not really a first-year coach or I guess a first-year head coach, but they got that rookie contract, right? They got a nice little team that they're building on that purse there. You think that they can maybe turn this thing and make it happen while you said it, Kansas City's down.
Right. Yeah, we'll see. That AFC West race is going to be a fun one to watch for sure.
Number 4, Tampa Bay. And I know we got John from I want to call it Bevo Boomer podcast, but it's really Boomer Bevo podcast. But we got John getting ready to come on. He's waiting in the wings here, so we got to kind of fly through this just a little bit. But number 4, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah,
Baker the Oklahoma Sooner Baker Mayfield. It led Tampa Bay Buccaneers now at 4. Where are you at with this?
Yeah, I mean, he looks great, right? Like, speaking of MVP candidates, right? Daniel Jones looks like one. Baker Mayfield looks like one. He's having a great year, and what a fun game that Bucs Seahawks was on Sunday afternoon, just back and forth. Mayfield and Darnold, a couple of guys who were together in Carolina and looked like shit.
Same draft class too, right?
Yeah, and they ended up at Carolina together, and they both sucked there, and everyone's like, these guys are bums.
It's not the player, it's the organization. It matters. Not the player.
It matters. So, Tampa Bay, I'm with you. They're a top 5 team in the NFL right now.
Tampa Bay, number 4. Number 3, Detroit Lions. Their offense is fantastic. Defense inconsistent at times. Do you give them a number 3 bid?
Yeah, I think the top 3 could be in any order, and my guess is I know who your top 2 are. If you want to, go ahead and give them.
No, it's Bills and Eagles.
Yeah,
right. On any given Sunday that could flip.
I think those are your 3 best teams in the league right now, right? Like I think it's Buffalo, it's Philly, and it's Detroit. You could put them all in any order, and I'd be okay with it. If you want to give Philly the benefit of the doubt because they just won the Super Bowl, that's fine with me. I think Buffalo has been the most impressive looking team so far this year. And also, I mean, Detroit, they're rolling teams right now. So, yeah, to me, there's no disrespect to Tampa or anybody else in the top 10. But to me, there's a distinct top 3 in the NFL with the 3 teams that we just talked about.
The thing that gives me a little bit of pause and reluctancy with the Bills is the weapons that I guess Allen has at his display, right? Like Cook's fantastic. They can get the balance with the running game going, but is there really a deep threat on that team? Like Shakir's got some wheels, Shakir's got some speed, Coleman's got some size, but usually what they're doing throughout the air is coming from their tight ends with Knox and Dalton, right?
Yeah, that's a good point, right? I wonder if at the trade deadline, the Bills, if there's a receiver like that available to where they could get more of a downfield threat to open things up a little bit. But, it's a solid enough receiving core, good tight ends. James Cook just is a touchdown machine. So I don't know. I have 0 questions about Buffalo in any regular season anymore.
Right.
Can't they be the Chiefs?
Right.
Like when they inevitably play Kansas City, maybe it'll be in the first round this year. It could be a wild card game. When they inevitably play Kansas City, will they be able to beat Kansas City? That's like the only question I have with Buffalo these days. They've got this regular season stuff down pat.
Well, I appreciate the conversation, man. I'm going to play some ads here, let you get out of here and get John in here, and we're going to talk a little bit about the Oklahoma Sooners and Texas Longhorns this Saturday. Thank you for the conversation, BK. You guys don't go nowhere. We'll be right back in just a couple of seconds. Here's a word from our friends at Covert PK.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, you are. You're always treated like family at Covert, right outside of Austin, right there on 71 out of our Fairburg. You will find that Kingdom of Chariots, Covert Bee Cave. Make sure you go out there, tell them we said hi. Also, we need to be telling you about our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. Football season is here, and it's always a good time to call Tom and the kids.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for Audio Visual Consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audio Visual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Get them in there. It's the best audio-visual automation system in the business, man. They set the standard. We talk about the standard here on Texas Sports Unfiltered all the time. Make sure you give them a call. It's avconsultations.com. Also, if you are injured and you need a personal injury attorney right now, you got to look up our guy, Ryan Hurricane Heck, your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans and fighting for you. So let's make it happen. Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire, pride to the courtroom as well. He's you're injured in a car accident, you got a dog bite, or you have to talk to some type of Oklahoma Sooner that just puts you in a bad mood, and then you might hurt yourself just by not paying attention to life. Well, you give Hurricane Heck the call. He's been fighting justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. That's right, no green, or you don't pay unless Ryan gets the green in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, but he's compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. Friends of the show went to school with BK. Not sure how much studying they've done, but they graduated, so that's that. But he fights for the people as well. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Heck blow the case wide open. Call him today, 512-938-8929. Again, that number, 512-938-8929, or reach him at his email at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you. All right, now, we'd be remiss if we didn't pull our guest on. He's the reason why we're here today. It is John from Boomer Bevo Podcast. I want to say Bevo Boomer Podcast.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
Well, I mean, usually we got to bring the host crew in first. But how
it is
first
of all, it is the OU Texas game, and it is the Boomer Bevo Podcast, so y'all can deal with it. Listen, I want to know
if 938 OU still sucks. How you doing, buddy?
I want to know if y'all are going to bring Ryan in to address Arch's NIL contract after this game to determine if y'all can start renegotiating. It sounds like you need the Hurricane in on that deal. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, so when we talked last year, the tails were kind of flipped, right? Oklahoma coming off of a 6-7 season last year in results of it, just trying to find their identity, trying to find, I guess that galvanized hand from Venables here. And, all the questions was, what's this defense going to produce? When's this defense going to galvanize and come together, right? You're a defensive-minded coach, defensive-oriented coach. When's that going to take over and start carrying out on the field? Fast forward to 2025, dude.
Wow, you're seeing it. I got the defensive statistics right here.
You can tout them out, but they're number one in everything, are they not?
Number one in everything. And now I'm a little concerned that the Auburn offense probably isn't very good.
You got some cupcakes in there, but you played Michigan.
Michigan looks a whole lot better than I thought they were going to look the rest of the year, what they did to Nebraska, what they've done to Wisconsin. So, I mean, they're still ranked. I feel really, really good about this defense. Our defensive line is, I did not think I could say this 2 years into the SEC. This is not a homer take. No. OU has the best defensive line in the SEC.
What's been the change, John? Like it almost like it snapped overnight. Now I know that Venables was building stuff, but was it addressing your shortcomings in the transfer portal? Like, when did this change?
Not defensively. So there's two. Dominic Williams from TCU has been there. This is his second year. He was out of the portal. Marvin Jones Jr., our edge opposite our Mason Thomas, is out of the portal. That I kind of feel like we took a flyer on him because he kind of washed out of, Georgia and I think Florida State. But the talent was there. It looks like we're getting it out of him. But everybody else really is homegrown talent. And it's just, he's on the defensive side of the ball. He's recruited and developed incredibly well and plugged in transfers where they need to be. And that's what's been really exciting about this defense.
Yeah, man, and it goes to show you statistically you're about to tout it off here, but yeah, they are number one in everything, not just number one defense, too, number one in scoring defense as well. So, this is a team that can, if you're vulnerable with a bad offensive line, which Texas is, Texas has an offensive line that's struggling mightily right now, John. Like, they can't figure it out. They don't have an identity. They can't block simple schemes. Texas can't run the ball. And when they got to rely on the pass and they're becoming one-dimensional, a team like this, a defense like Oklahoma can dial it up and get after you and maybe cause a strip sack and get after it, and then takeaways coming to your side and then dialing up points off of that too. So everything looks like it's working well for the Sooners right now.
My Bevo partner, Kevin Miller, we've been doing this show. This is 3 years now for the Boomer Bevo podcast, wherever you get your podcast.
Is it so bad that he left?
He has not left.
Okay.
But it's the first year where we've seen panic, right? Because for the last 2 years, it's been college football playoff appearances, right? And so following the Florida game, the man was losing his mind and thinks it's criminal what Sark and the offensive line coach has done to this offensive line. And his main complaint, and I got to agree with him, is the complete lack of addressing the lack of experience on the offensive line via the transfer portal.
There was none. Again, they didn't go into the transfer portal to get an offensive lineman. I assume they wanted to kind of promote from within. Now, this was the same unit that Arch was with. Gooseby had some snaps, with the ones last year, but again, and Campbell, you had Campbell there as well, but ultimately you're replacing an entire offensive unit, right? And one of the most important offensive units too. It had me, with some concern in the preseason, and it looks like it's come to fruition now, right? I knew we would struggle, but I didn't think it would be this bad. After the 55-0 game, I'm sitting here thinking, all right, maybe something's kind of worked itself out, but consider the opposition, right? Truth be told, whenever the Longhorns are going up against a formidable foe, they can't seem to get anything done in terms of just traditional blocking or easy types of blocking. And the opposition isn't even rushing, 5 or 6. They're beating the Longhorns with 4. It's just a basic, 4 down linemen or 3 down linemen at sometimes are getting pressure, against 5 guys, which is just it's unexcusable if you are a Texas Longhorn here, because we kind of said this earlier in the show. We're not here to compete and just win games. We're here to compete and win championships. And everybody knows what you're watching here. This isn't championship football. This is losing football. And I know the line, what was the line? The line was like 17 or some shit last year, right? It wasn't favorable, and it was a blowout last year. Expect the same thing, only turnabout fair play. Oklahoma's going to take it to the Longhorns this year.
I don't like that. I don't need any of that. I don't need any of that blowout stuff. Listen, dude.
It might be. It might sound like rat poison, but that's just what I'm seeing based off of the production of play that I've seen in the past couple of weeks.
Wax, we've talked about. We're incredibly legit on defense. Incredibly legit. As good as we've been enter a year. We are that good. We can compete with anybody in the country. Offensively, dude, we are averaging. I I couldn't count down fast enough to figure out how we were. So I'll just tell you the two teams we are wedged in between for rushing. We're wedged in between Southern Miss and Georgia Southern at 3.8 yards a carry. 3.8 yards a carry. Going up against your defense, look, we're not trotting out the dude. Was it the ball kid from Florida? We're not trotting him out who ran right down your throat.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the kindness. I'm going to return the kindness to you. And turn, counter to the other side of the field. The Longhorns struggle mightily to run the ball. The Longhorns can't even get it. The best rusher right now in the Longhorns backfield is Arch Manning, and that's not good.
No, that's not good, and it's not good with our defense. However, I will say OU. We talk about. I think Sark's biggest miss in the offseason was his lack of transfer portal additions at running back.
Correct.
And offensive line, right? And y'all lost a couple that, like, I think about the kid from Missouri that played at Louisiana Monroe. Are you telling me you couldn't have gone and got that kid from Louisiana Monroe to come to Texas? And now he's leading the country in rushing.
Like, I think the running back room was pretty stout too, right? And I like what I'm seeing. I love what I'm seeing out of Simon too in spell, right? But I think when you have a running back room, even though there's been questions about Baxter being prone to injury, but you still have Trey Wisner coming back. I think it's a solid, and you got two of the top 5, or no, I'd say 2 of the top 10 running backs in the SEC. So I would think that the running back room was kind of sound. I wasn't worried at all about the running back room. I was absolutely worried about the offensive line. Now, one more thing real quick, John, and then I'll let you go at this. What's giving me more concern is our inability to get to the quarterback, especially when you have 2 edge rushers that are supposed to be highlighted as All-Americans, or at least all SEC, or not Burke, but at least Colin Simmons. Colin Simmons was touted as a preseason, all SEC guy. You got to show up, man. You got to get to the quarterback. Tackles for a loss here and there just is inconsistent, and it's really giving me a lot of nightmares. The offensive line is one thing, and I would agree that offensive line play and trench warfare is the most important thing on the field besides quarterback production. But to counter the quarterback, to rival the quarterback, the second most important position on the field is an edge rusher, in my opinion.
Okay.
And right now, the Longhorns are supposed to have some solid edge play, and they're not getting it. It's been a surprise at the defensive interior, but nothing from the edge.
Am I correct in knowing that you did not even watch the Florida game because you were so?
No, I had to go back. I went and acquiesced to my wife, and we went to Round Top this past Saturday. And
that is the weakest thing I've ever heard. However,
hey man, I've been successfully married for 24 years.
Hey dude, I'm 21 years in, and she gets 9 out of 12 months a year. It's pretty simple. But listen,
and I tried to make that look, and you're gonna get me in trouble because she's right outside. So I tried to make the
dude. This is the SEC. This doesn't sound very SEC ready.
I tried to make the not an excuse, but I made the argument the week before. I was like, we're on a bye week. Can we not go out and antique shopping? Or our neighbors, the family friends couldn't go last week, but they could go this.
You need new friends. You need new friends. This is very simple. I don't even know who these. Listen, that is the most Austin thing I've ever heard in my life. That is the most Austin. Yeah. I have to go antiquing versus watching an SEC.
Hey, I deserve it.
Dude, you can't bring your phone and.
I didn't know. That's just so I let out. So we're going through looking at hide, like we're in the hide portion of the tents, right? We're looking at rugs and hides and shit. And I'm watching the Arch throws the second pick. And I'm just fuck, just an explicit fucking. My wife just looks at me and she goes, "I'm sorry. This is a great hide, great plug right here." You know what I mean?
Okay,
dude, I was a mess, man. So
what you missed in that game. All right, let this couple stats.
I went back and rewatched it.
Let these couple, because it speaks to your point. We talked about this on our podcast with Kevin. Florida had 50 tackles in the game. 50 tackles, 6 sacks.
Yeah,
and one other for loss. 50. That means 1 out of every 10 tackles was a sack for Florida.
No, 100. No, I got you, man. I got you.
Texas had 87 tackles.
No sacks.
0 sacks. I will agree with you. That is an insane statistic. Like, you look at what we've done
scary.
against.
It's alarming.
Look, we know Colin Simmons. We know Colin Simmons is a stud. That is.
He's an NFL. He's a Sunday player, John.
if OU is worried about two players on your team, it's Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill Jr. Those dudes are absolute studs, side to side, get into the backfield, all that kind of stuff. The last thing I need is for those two guys to actually wake up, because if they do, I think we know that can change. But still, to your point, you allow 6 and get 0. It's just bad.
It's brutal. It's bad football, and that's just it. Like, we all know, we all played the game. We all know what bad football is, and right now the Texas Longhorns are playing bad football. Very concerning football. Not doing the little things that usually add, to be the big things, or just up to be victorious football, and that's not happening right now.
Here's the deal. Oklahoma, I still think we have to have John Mateer. I agree.
It is a different game with Hawkins in there.
I think we roll John Mateer out, and I feel very comfortable about this game. As comfortable as I can feel about an OU Texas game.
How low do those numbers come down? Do those rushing numbers come down with Hawkins in there and no Mateer?
Well, again, it's kind of like y'all's Sam Houston State game, right? We played Kent State. Our rushing numbers went up, but it's Kent State.
Because of necessity, though, right?
Well, look, I like Torrey Blaylock. The big question mark on our running back room all year has been Jaden Ott, right? Talk about addressing the transfer portal. We addressed him to the tune of $800,000 probably. And up until Kent State, he had 9 carries for 13 yards. So it's the rushing game is just questionable. Even with Hawkins in, I think we're going to have to run it. The question is, can we run it against your front? We just talked about them having issues. They're still incredibly talented up front.
No, against the run, they're great.
Yeah.
And what I love about the secondary is the secondary plays downhill and comes up and stuffs the run too, right? But also that can bite you in the ass with a couple of play actions, and now you're beat back behind the door.
Look, here's the problem with Hawkins, and he's a Sooner. He did not enter the portal when he could have last year when the offense was a S show. And he stayed, and he wants to develop, and he wants to do all the right things, and his brother's playing, and the whole deal, right? He looks like a wide receiver playing quarterback. He looks like John Mateer got hurt, and we said, hey, Mr. Wide Receiver, you played a little quarterback in high school. Come over here for the next 2 weeks and play quarterback. Listen, he might be the fastest guy on the field.
Right.
He literally might be the fastest, both teams. He might be the fastest guy on the field. But he also throws the ball like he's trying to murder his little brother. It is just so hard, 0 touch. It's concerning for OU fans if he's the one that has to go in. I think our defense is going to hang. I think your offense is going to suck. I think it's whose offense sucks less if Hawkins plays. If Mateer plays, I don't know why I feel kind of good about it.
So here's my thing, right? I don't know how the line is this close. I really don't. I get it. It's
Hawkins. It's Hawkins.
Okay, all right, but
I think so.
Mateer,
I think that's what it is.
Somehow a miracle happens and Mateer plays and his hand is okay. Which coming out of surgery, I don't know how it's the throwing hand too. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Like his throwing hand had surgery.
It's the right hand. It's the right thumb. Right thumb.
Okay. So and we've all tried to get grip of football. If you can't get pressure with the thumb, you're not going to be able to get a release on there. So it's almost you might want to roll out Hawkins instead of compromising, what could be a potential nightmare if you roll Mateer out there. And if the line is this close, I want to give us a little bit of hope, but the way the Longhorns have been playing now, man, I just want to give the Oklahoma Sooners rat poison, right? I think the Sooners win by a last-minute field goal if Hawkins plays. If Mateer plays, I think we're looking at maybe a 17-point game, man. If Hawkins in a wonderful Sooner world that Mateer is healthy, of course. But
if Mateer's healthy, I think it's 24-13. If Hawkins is healthy, I'm with you. I think it's a toss-up. I think it's whoever maybe gets a defensive score, special team score, and which happens in these games. These games,
and that's what I'm thinking too. Like, there's going to be I am foreseeing a strip sack or an interception for a touchdown off of this defense.
100%.
This defense is great, and I get it. They played cupcake games, and like Kent State, they were able to dial it up, right? Like, I understand that, but still, they do really good things well that the Longhorns struggle at. So,
well, the last thing I'll say too is, I don't know. I just lost my mind. But whatever. Yes, I think we need Mateer. We don't need Hawkins. Our defense is set to roll. I'll tell you one X factor I'm going to throw in there. We actually have a pretty decent kicker this year. And it's been like 4 or 5 years. Sandell is killing the ball. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Listen, Mateer's from Little Elm, Texas, right? I think we forget that because he was at Washington State for 2 years. The dude is from Texas. He's from the metro, more or less, with Little Elm, right? Yeah. He knows what the game is.
Sure.
I think if he can go, he's going. Dude, he suited up against Kent State. Like, he was in full gear, helmet on, watched the whole game with his helmet on. That's the kind. It's weird to say that. I mean, kids don't act like that anymore. So when you notice it, like,
surgery 2 weeks ago?
It's going to be 19 days on Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 weeks since today. That's correct. So, people are throwing out.
He's probably gone through physical therapy already, right? I'm assuming he's gone through physical therapy or gone through some exercises, but you can't burst the stitching and shit.
Well, people a lot of people like to reference like the Jared Goff surgery that he did at the end of the year and then played in the NFC divisional.
That's a good comp.
And this guy. Listen, it's Dr. Shin out of California has turned into like an OU hero. We're going to make another statue for him. And dude, he's done like Kobe. He did Jalen Williams for the Thunder. He's done some legit athletes, right? And so, I don't know. I put it at 65-35 he plays. If Hawkins plays, it could be, to your point, 16-13 and just as ugly a football game as you can imagine.
Yeah, regardless of which quarterback dials out, I'm going with a Longhorn loss, right? And it's not so much the quarterback play for me, it's the defense. This defense is just a nasty defense. It's a championship caliber defense right now, man. And rightfully so. It shows on throughout the rankings, man. It's a top 5 team. Or excuse me, right out. They're 6. They're number 6. They're right outside of it. But this is a top 5 Paul Glove, man.
I'll tell you something we both can agree on. We just got passed by A&M. I hope to God they're not any good, but I'm scared they are. Right? I am scared they might actually be good. And
they're good. They're good. They got some speed too, man. This guy Craver, or am I saying his name right? Craver or Carver?
Yeah. And
very
then
long legs. Kind of reminds me of
CeeDee
Lamb, dude. Like his ability, like that yak, those yards after the catch, man. Remember how CeeDee Lamb used to just carve people up in between the hashes? Yep. That's what this dude does. You get this guy in the flat, and he beats. You get this guy in the flat with 2 guys, honing in on him. He beats them to the edge and outruns them. Somehow, even though they got the angle on him, he finds a way to get past him and scoot, free for another 30 yards. They got some speed. They got some tenacity too, man. A&M's for real, I believe.
Yeah, their other transfer, Concepcion, out of, I think, NC State or something. Yeah. He's a stud.
Yeah.
I know, and they will find a way to Aggie it up. And to keep them from doing anything very successful, but I just hate to see them having any success at all, right? I mean, I would prefer them just to rot in mediocrity like they have for the last 100 years.
Oh, sure,
that would be more preferable,
right? Be irrelevant. Football irrelevancy for the next, decade or so.
Absolutely. Listen, dude, I'm excited about this game, man. I appreciate you having me on. This is fun as always.
Man. Any saved rounds before you got to get out of here, man? Any concerns besides like the Longhorns rushing defense? Any concerns from the Longhorns offense? Because we struggle to run the ball efficiently.
No. I got concerns. Listen, here's what my concern is. My concern is that the Cotton Bowl is going to run out of water and people are going to die on Saturday. That's what I'm concerned about. Dude, listen, it was the middle of the third quarter. We are getting our ass handed to us. I'm sitting in the blazing sun on the east side, just baking. And my wife runs to try to find some water. They're out of water. She comes back with Diet Pepsi, which wasn't even cold. It was the most
just piss warm Diet Pepsi.
Piss warm. Dude, listen, it was awful. So you add the result of the game, and then you add the conditions of the game. Listen, Cotton Bowl, if you're out there listening, it's Texas. It's going to be hot. Texas is hot in January. I grew up in San Antonio. You should know. It's not like this game hasn't been played for 120 years in Dallas, Texas. Figure it out. That's my concern, Wags, is it's a life or death situation. Now, listen, I'm going to face it. I'm going to face it like a man, but I'm not going in without any misgivings. I'll tell you that right now.
When are you going? Are you going up there on Saturday?
No, I'll drive down Friday.
Okay, yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. So Friday night, North Texas is hosting South Florida.
Are you serious?
Yeah, undefeated North Texas taking on South Florida. Who's South Florida is number 24 in the nation here, right?
Yeah.
But if North Texas can get the win over South Florida, does North Texas become the gatekeeper for Texas football?
Wow. Yeah, either North Texas. Here's what's really crappy is it's either North Texas or Texas Tech. That's what you really got to be concerned about.
No, it's North. I think North Texas could actually beat Texas Tech. Now I'm full of shit. Actually,
hey, who's coaching North Texas these days?
I think Texas Tech would beat North Texas.
I mean, who's coaching North Texas these days? I can't think of it off the top of my head. Do you know?
I don't have that off the top of my head either.
I gotta look that up. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
But I know they got a quarterback that's a real Heisman candidate, like a legit Heisman candidate. Like he's playing for real, man. He's playing lights out, dude.
So what you're saying is just make a little detour right there at the 35 junction. Yeah, slide on in.
See yourself a nice little ball game. Our producer Jake Bayless chimes in. Eric Morris, thank you so much for the research there, Jake Bayless. We appreciate it.
That doesn't help me, Jake, but okay. I don't know who that guy is, but that's awesome.
Yeah, your plans for this week? Anything else? What you got cooking for Boomer Bevo podcast?
So Boomer Bevo podcast. Listen, this is a shout out to any Texas fans that are in the Oklahoma City area. Wednesday night, tomorrow night, we're going to be up off of Route 66 at the Chicken Shack in Arcadia, Oklahoma. It's just east of Edmond. So if you're a Texas fan and you're looking for some pregame stuff, it's going to be the Boomer Bevo pregame show live at a restaurant. There'll be a ton of OU fans. Come support your boy Kevin. He's going to just
he needs help.
He needs all the help he can get. My friends have been lined up to take shots at him all week, really. So they're fired up. So yes, if you're a Texas fan out there in Oklahoma City area and you're saying, I'm getting surrounded by all these Sooners, you'll still be surrounded by Sooners, but there will be some Texas talk. You will have somebody that is wearing burnt orange up on the stage. Come out and support the Boomer Bevo podcast.
I don't know how he does it, man. Make sure you give Kevin a hand there.
Dude, listen, he's married to a Sooner. Her whole family's Sooners.
Was he a double agent in his life before this? Was going in there in enemy way behind enemy lines and able to make a life? What's going on? I don't know,
man. He grew up. Listen, he's like me. He grew up in San Antonio, Texas. Went to Holmes High School, played football there, and somehow he got hooked up with this girl. And he's like, "This is what happened." You find Oklahoma is like a vortex, and people that are from we don't leave. So if you're going to marry us, you're stuck. Like, just suck it up. Some people would move to like neutral ground or not in Oklahoma. Like we ain't going anywhere. We're fine.
I got you, man. Well, hopefully you have a great time up there in Dallas. I don't think I'll be making the trip up there for this.
You got some antiquing to do?
I think it's a little pricey. I think I'm going to stay home in the AV consultation studio and kind of watch it myself. You know what? Also, like if it goes wrong, if it goes wrong for Texas, I'm not exactly the person you want to be around. Like,
listen, if it goes, my wife hates it when we lose because when we lose, we load the car up and drive home Saturday.
It's like a morgue and shit.
I'm not hanging out. Listen, I am not hanging out in Dallas if we lose. It is the worst feeling in the world. We lost 3 years ago.
It's gotta be like that for Texas too, right? Like for the loser, like no one wants to stay around and go to the fair, get on the rides, eat the food.
No. 3 years ago, when y'all won big, 49-0, we didn't have a quarterback. It was actually my birthday. And so my wife's like, listen, I don't want to leave. I got tickets to our reservations at the steakhouse that's in the Omni, whatever. She's like, I got you reservations. We're doing this. You're going to go to dinner and you're going to enjoy this. It's going to be great. Now, the Omni
make a day of it.
The Omni's a big OU hotel, right? It's a big OU hotel. It's the alumni club. It's everything. So it's like, okay, this is going to be a safe space. This will be all right. We can handle this, whatever. There was one Texas fan in that restaurant. And listen, I would have been this guy. I'm not picking on him specifically, but it was the most obnoxious person I'd ever met in my entire life. Dude, he got kicked out of the restaurant because the rest of us were like losing our minds. And again,
probably all lubed up.
Oh, he was, dude, listen, that dude was lubed up at 9 a.m, right? So he was feeling, 49-0. Like, I feel cocky too. I get it. I ain't even picking on the guy, but that's the kind of crap you encounter when you lose. I told my wife, never again. We get beat. We hit the road. We're out. Like, screw it. So, but might not happen. I might get steak on Saturday, Wags. I might get steak.
Hey, there it goes. Hey, and real quick, one more rundown where you guys are going to be at.
In the Oklahoma City area. If you're a Texas fan in the Oklahoma City area or an OU fan listening, we're going to be at the Chicken Shack in Arcadia, Oklahoma, off of Route 66. Wednesday, October 8th. We're going to start around 6:30. Come for the chicken. Stay for the Red Rivalry pregame Boomer Bevo podcast
and
show.
the shit talking and help especially if you're wearing burnt orange. Help Kevin get to Sanctuary. Help Kevin.
Listen, the man is hot. The man is losing his mind with your offensive line play. He is losing his mind. If you're an OU fan, you just want to come see the total desolation of a Texas fan. Show up because he's miserable, absolutely miserable.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Whitson from Boomer Bevo Podcast. Make sure you give him a follow on Twitter at Boomer Bevo Pod. Thank you so much for the time, John.
Wax, you're the best, bud. Thanks for getting me on, man.
Kevin, my condolences, please.
All right, Boomer.
Oh, no. Be good, brother. There he goes, man. Always a fun conversation with John. They bring it, dude. In Oklahoma, rightfully so. They got the studs. They got the pieces this year. You heard the stats. They're number one. They're not just the number one defense, man, but the number one scoring defense too. And I get it, man. Kent State, you're beating up on the cupcakes here, but let's be honest. Like Venables has really galvanized that defense together, and it looks like they're firing on all cylinders, and it gives me a little bit of fear. Our inability to get for our defense too. I've been saying this for weeks. Our inability to get to the quarterback has come up to bite us in the ass. He brought out that great stat: 87 tackles, 0 sacks. We're not getting behind the line. We're not winning the battle between trench warfare, and there's no attitude, not even on the offensive line or the defensive line. So what's the identity? Until you start playing mean, until you start getting hard and calloused a little bit, you're going to get pushed all over the place. Florida and Ohio State have been the only two formidable teams that really have been on the schedule so far, and they've dealt losses to the Longhorns here. And we're not talking about a good Florida team, a decent Florida defense, but their offense has struggled mightily. Hell, they want to fire their effing coach, right? Sunbelt Billy is being ushered, almost wished out of Gainesville, and South Florida just went in there and beat the hell out of them. So you can't tell me that the Longhorns, have a little bit of a chance, have a little bit of hope when they go in there and go into Gainesville and get their dicks beat to the dirt, man. I'm sorry that I'm being a prisoner of the moment right now and kind of being negative, but I don't like what I see, and I don't see winning football. And I'm going to bring on the guys right now before I lose my mind and go into a conniption. It is Jordan. It is Colin. What's up, boys? How are we?
What's up, bud?
I'm not wrong.
I was telling Jordan and I were on the phone for a while yesterday prepping for today's show. Texas is going to be fine. Florida is a better football team than I think people are.
They're not good on offense, dude.
No, they're not good on offense, but I also think at the same time you got to remember this is a group that came in with one of the better offensive lines in the SEC. DJ Lagway is still DJ Lagway. I know he's been banged up. That wide receiver group for them is a little bit better than I think people imagine. I mean, and let me tell you something,
making me feel better, but I don't believe you.
Well, here's the thing. I watched the tape. Jordan knows I study a lot of this stuff. Jaden Ball is an NFL football player. Florida is supposed to be a team that went out in 9 games this year, win 9 games. I think that Florida team is a little bit better.
Well, South Florida better be for real then.
I mean, I think they are. They're going to have a shot at the playoff, man.
Yeah, I mean, you got a point. You got a point. We'll see how they do against North Texas this week. That's probably one of the better matchups I'm looking forward to on Friday. So,
hey, that's kind of a banger on Friday night.
Yeah,
that's
man.
Up here in Denton too.
Yeah, it's in Dallas. It's in Denton.
And Denton gonna have like 40% capacity.
Whoop whoop.
I feel bad for them. Like their last.
Yeah, man. I'm just I don't know. I'm down, man. Because I just went back. I had to rewatch the Florida game too. I didn't watch it live on Saturday, so I went down and I'm just. Matter of fact, last night, just getting ready for the conversation we were having against the Sooners, it's terrible football. They don't block well. We can't run the damn ball, or Texas can't run the damn ball. And it seems like everybody is waiting, just looking around with their hands on their hips, waiting for someone else to make a damn play. That's what it looks like.
Man,
there's no sense of urgency.
I had, after they scored the first drive, I was like, hey, Texas is going to lose this game.
Yeah, 10-0 right out the gate, dude.
After they blocked the punt, your chances of winning a football game go up like north of 80% after you block a punt.
I don't know that stat, but I think you're right.
So I was like, yeah, this game is over. once the punt block happened. And I mean,
hey, and like Colin, like we all know winning. I've been saying this. We all know winning football, right? And right now the Longhorns just aren't playing winning football. They don't do the little things right.
Look, I told Jordan this, and I would echo this. Like, I have seen bad football. Okay, like I've covered G5 ball. I watched Oklahoma's fourth stringers try to fight every weekend last season. I know what bad football looks like. Texas is not playing bad football. It's just not up to expectation against teams that are really good.
That makes me feel a little bit better. Because it looks like I'm seeing bad football.
And look, we're going to get into a lot of this stuff here on the show today. But like I've been watching. I've pretty much watched every Texas game now on the all 22 cuts, and it's like Texas got a shot. There's a lot of stuff that's got to get improved and quickly. But we'll talk about that more. I think Texas is going to be fine moving forward.
I'm on the edge. I'm about to jump off the cliff like Thelma and Louise. I need a little bit of dose of Colin and Jordan today, so I'm going to be putting you guys on the back burner and sitting here producer style and listening to you calm me down. All right. So,
all right.
Thank you, Dr. Colin. I appreciate it. Dr. Kennedy, everybody. Dr. Kennedy. Y'all have a great conversation. I'm going to get out of your hair.
Appreciate you, brother.
It. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Colin Kennedy. And from the bullpen today, Sooners Illustrated's finest. He might be a Sooner, but one of the good ones. So we let him slide. If you're joining us from north of the Red River, welcome. Going to be talking some Texas OU, but this is a Texas channel. So before we get into that, Texas, Florida, you brought it up. You watched the All 22 yesterday. And also, I mean, when we talked on the phone yesterday, Texas should not have lost that game. That was clear between both of us. But from your point of view, you're like, hey, you got to remember, Florida came into the season ranked.
Yes.
They had expectations to win 9 games. That is true. They are a better team than what their record or, what people suggest to them or the fact that their coach is going to get fired. They're a better team than they're talked about. But the reason that Texas game was so concerning was the fact that Florida had more pressures in that game than they did the entire season in the 4 games before. So what wasn't working versus South Florida and Alex Golish in Miami and Mario Cristobal that worked against Steve Sarkisian in Texas? That's the most concerning part of it. And on top of that, both teams had a bye week. One team took advantage of that bye week. The other team looked like they played the night before, So I don't know. That's kind of my point of view from it, why the loss is so concerning and so, bad. And I don't know. Curious to hear your thoughts after getting to watch 4 quarters of the All 22.
So my primary takeaway was, look, at the end of the day, I don't know how many games in the SEC you're going to win if you lose both lines of scrimmage. That's just – it is what it is. I think that – and we'll talk about this more in terms of Red River. The Texas offensive line's got a lot of work to do. I want to say it was Jake, brought up the UTEP game. That was one of the games specifically I mentioned to you about like the backdrop I had going into this past weekend's game. And I mean, that Texas offensive line has really they have to improve in a hurry.
The San Jose State game, San Jose State was rushing 3 or 4 and running stunts the entire time with a D-line whose heaviest starter was like 275 pounds. And they were consistently giving the Texas O-line fits. They weren't generating a ton of pressure, but they were causing so much confusion just off of running stunts out of a 3-down front when the heaviest player is still lighter than every single scholarship Texas O-line, and they're still figuring out a way to kind of stifle the O-line. But it has not been a bad season, and it reared its head on Saturday versus Florida.
Florida's
not been a good
Florida's
season.
Down 3 key contributors on the defensive line, but that's still a group that, with those guys in, they go 8 or 9 deep. I thought coming into the year when I was kind of going and doing my preseason rankings of sorts, I thought Florida had at least a top 3 defensive line in the conference. And I know that some of those cats didn't play. That's fine. They still have a ton of talent up there. And I think this is the other thing, too, that I think people need to remind themselves. This Florida defense has been playing its ass off this season. Like, they remind me a lot of Oklahoma's defense last year, where the offense is bad sometimes, and it's putting a really good defense in some tough spots. And so maybe like the statistics are a little bit misleading, but this Florida group, sometimes you watch them and like they're playing good ball, man. And
they play hard.
They play like their hair is on fire. I think that they have a lot of size and length and athletic ability paired with effort, and you're going to be able to play good ball when you've got that combination. Now, has it always been great? No. But again, that's also when you're navigating a ton of adversity. I just think at the end of the day, like Florida's offensive line came to play, and that too was a group that I thought coming into the season was going to be one of the tops in the conference. They played to expectation. Jaden Baugh, to me, is when at full capacity, one of the best running backs in college football. And then I saw someone mention it too, like, Dallas Wilson, Vernell Brown, you and I were talking about that yesterday. Like Florida came into this year, guys, with like a opportunity to go win 8, 9, 10 games. It's just sometimes they've got, it is what it is, bad coaching. And like, if you can lean on your talent, which I do think Florida did in this game, especially at advantageous positions where like Texas just gets overwhelmed on the lines of scrimmage, then you're going to be able to go win games that you maybe shouldn't. And I don't know, man. That's kind of my long-winded way of saying, like, at the end of the day, I think that there is some good to take if you're Texas from that game. But I don't know how many contests you go on the road in the SEC and expect to win when you're losing at the point of attack on both sides of the ball.
Yeah. I mean, you add in the punt block on top of that. The crazy thing is Arch Manning, I really don't think he played that bad. Yes, did he hold the ball too long looking for the home run shot? Certainly. Could he have played better? Certainly. The rest of the team could have played better too. But like if Arch Manning played like he did versus Florida, but versus Ohio State, Texas might be 4-1 right now. Like there's been improvement, and I want to make sure he gets credit for that. And he's improved as his O-line has gotten worse. So, there needs to be credit for that. And also just fighting his ass off. Like, I can't believe I'm even going to bring this up, but seeing people talk about, what would this team look like with Quinn Ewers compared to Arch early in the year? It's like, man, Quinn Ewers might have died in Gainesville on Saturday because he doesn't have pocket presence, and there wasn't a pocket on Saturday. So I really think Arch deserves a lot of credit for hanging in there and firing out some of those passes with pressure in his face or pressure already on him as he's throwing it. So,
look, Arch is playing better than social media would have you believing. Now, is he perfect? Far from it. I mean, there were moments where I thought, he's getting overwhelmed, maybe holding on to the ball a little bit too long. But at the same time, I think Florida was playing pretty well in the back end in moments, and some of those sacks. I thought that Florida defensive line just did what it was supposed to do. And then I was telling someone last night, another Texas buddy of mine called me and we were just talking ball. I'm like, Arch, the supporting cast for Arch in the box right now between the offensive line and the backs and pass pro, it's just, I don't know if a lot of quarterbacks are going to succeed in that situation, especially if they're kind of seeing ghosts.
Tight ends can't block in 12 personnel either.
Right. And like, I don't know, man. Again, is Arch living up to all the billing right now? No. Did I expect him to right out of the gate as a first-year starter? No. But at the same time, I mean, this guy, he's already kind of navigating or learning about himself in season, and he's doing so at a time where the people who are supposed to protect him, and it goes beyond the offensive line at times, like you mentioned, tight ends, backs. I don't know what you do sometimes in the situations that he's facing, which if you're Oklahoma and you're watching on tape, you go, all right, like,
you're rubbing your hands
this guy because you can.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Any thoughts? I mean, the personnel pretty well at Texas and their O-line room. You're a big O-line guy. Let's say Colin Kennedy's the O-line coach at Texas and not Kyle Flood. What starting unit are you going to try to roll out there on Saturday versus OU?
I think that unfortunately, you kind of got the guys that you have in most of those positions. Like, I don't think that you can overhaul that group along the line of scrimmage. I think Gooseby, Baker, and Campbell are pretty much settled as three guys. Now, I do think that you brought up an interesting point, and I tend to agree with you. If you're not going to play Neto, which it continues to sound like from what I've heard behind the scenes isn't going to be the case, the idea of moving Cole Hudson over to guard and then moving Connor Robertson in at center, I would like to hear some of your thoughts on this. But I like Chris brings this up, and I was telling Jordan and some folks, what I watched at left guard for Texas, I can't blame the kids. And here's why I say that. Like, I don't think Connor Stroh is necessarily a starting caliber player at a place like Texas.
Yeah,
and
he should not be playing.
If you're punching above your weight class, I can't fault you for being put in a tough spot. And then you're watching Nick Brooks and you're like, look, this dude is 6'7", 340 pounds, a true freshman tackle, being asked at his size, his inexperience level, to go play left guard against an SEC foe. I can't fault the young man for that either. Like, what you can control is at least giving yourself a little bit better of a shot with some experience and guys that maybe fit the position a little bit better. And so you propose this idea, and I'm kind of with you. Obviously, I would like to see someone like Neto play, but it continues to sound like that's not going to happen. And if that's not going to happen, then I think you have to explore the center guard situation for Texas and just see if someone with some reps can help you out inside. Because we'll get into this more, but like schematically, what Oklahoma's getting ready to throw at Texas is honestly like what Texas struggles with on the offensive line. I think really the only way you can combat that is by way of experienced players, you know, and some of these guys that we're getting ready to talk about, they at least have that, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, dude, if you're giving up stunts to San Jose State, what the hell is going to happen versus Oklahoma when it's NFL players doing the stunts too, and Brent Venables calling it? So, I mean, it's concerning, and I think the best move would be Hudson to guard, Robertson to center. I know people are saying Hudson's played poorly, but you have less responsibility at guard than you do center. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe he's thinking too much. I'm not sure. But something has to change. And if they're not going to make Hudson a guard and Robertson at center, shit, throw Nate Kibble in there. Throw Jaden Chapman in there. Shit, throw Jackson Christian, Devin Coleman, Jordan Coleman. I don't care. There's no way there's no one else on this team is at a better playing level or isn't at a better playing level than what Connor Stroh and Nick Brooks have given Texas. Listen to this, Colin. Let me pull this up. Nick Brooks leads the entire offensive line in pressures allowed for this season. You want to guess how he did that? In 44 snaps on Saturday. It took him 44 snaps to account for the most pressures out of any lineman on the team. And it was 9 of them. 7 hurries, and he had a sack in 44 snaps. 9 pressures, 7 hurries, and a sack. And, like, just to bring context to how bad Nick Brooks and Connor Stroh were, I talked yesterday about the fact that Stroh and Brooks might have gotten number 33 drafted for Florida, their interior D lineman. Listen to this.
He's a good player, by the way.
Well, his name's Brian Taylor. If I'm not mistaken, he is their D lineman that's originally from the Houston area, went JUCO, and then went to Florida. He's like 25 or 24. He's an older guy. But to bring context, this dude, Brian Taylor, going into the Texas game, had 0 sacks, 0 pressures, 0 QB hits, and 0 hurries on the entire year. In 4 games. Again, 0 sacks, 0 pressures, 0 QB hits, 0 hurries. In 1 game versus Texas, he averaged 22 snaps per game in the 4 games before Texas, where he had 0 everything. in 24 snaps versus Texas, facing Cole Hudson, Nick Brooks, and Connor Stroh. He had 5 pressures, 2 sacks, 2 hurries, and a quarterback hit. After going goose egg 4 weeks in a row, he had 5 pressures, 2 sacks, 2 hurries, and a QB hit in 24 snaps.
Yeah, I think so. What I will tend to do is I'll watch the tape of however many teams in the SEC, and then what I will try to do is go through the all 22 cuts, and then I will go watch a guy that like I highly respect in this industry, which is Cole Kubelik. Every Monday and Tuesday, Cube comes on his podcast, and all he does is go, "This is what I saw on tape. Like, this is what I think about it." And I know that you're talking about the statistics and stuff, but like Taylor is a interior defensive lineman. You know, like you can't really go based on statistics for those guys.
Yeah, no, that is a great point. But like even the regular stats that only show up on PFF or like won't be on ESPN, like pressures, hurries, even QB hits, like the fact that he had 0 and then did what he did is.
And I mean, Cole actually this morning, as I'm watching 33, I'm like, all right, this guy's got something. And Cube today or yesterday on his pod was like, that dude is the kind of defensive lineman that you hate going up against if you're an offensive lineman, because he's got nuance to his game on the inside, attacks the hands. And, you know, I'm watching Kubelik, and everything that I was talking about earlier, I'm like, yeah, man, like this Florida defensive line, I know that you're like, oh, that backup, you know, did this, that, and the third. Well, that backup might be starting at a lot of other places in the SEC. Because Florida's been one of the best in investing in the defensive line. Now, here's the thing. Why you do get concerned, Jordan, is a guy like him does that to Texas, and then you got to go play Oklahoma, a defensive line that I would say is better than the Florida defensive front that Texas just faced. I don't know. I think that what I am fascinated by is like Texas showed on the offensive line they struggle with stunts, move game, TTs, slants, run game stunts, all this other stuff. Well, everything I just named and then some is like the core of Brent Venable's approach on the defensive line. He runs as much, if not more, defensive line game than anybody in the country. And on top of that, I was telling you this, Oklahoma told Jaden Jackson and Dominic Williams, their 2 starters of defensive tackle, y'all chill against Kent State. Don't play in this game. Like, just relax. Let's let David Stone and Grayson Holton go get some reps. They run specifically like that kind of stuff the most when Jaden Jackson's in the football game. So if you're a Texas fan, by the way, when 65 is in the ball game, like get ready because they love to move Jaden Jackson around. I don't know like what you can do if you're Texas to address that issue, especially considering the fact that like it's just been shown off this Florida game, like good defensive linemen are going to have the ability to go play well. But whether it's not only the personnel, I think a big layer for me, Jordan, in this one is how does Sark protect that offensive line? Because I think that Oklahoma plays zone game really well, like in the run game. I don't think that Sark can allow plays to develop for too long. What does that mean for Texas passing game? That's kind of where I'm at with this is like, again, I don't fault the Texas offensive line for struggling against a good Florida defensive line. How you react from that, though, and then prepare accordingly for an Oklahoma defensive front that's arguably better is now the key for Texas over the next couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, they need to throw a shit ton of RPOs, screens, crossers between 5 and 10. And, I mean, the points about Florida being better than they are, again, I get that. But, like, I mean, man, they got to play Oklahoma Saturday. They have A&M. They have Georgia. Kentucky's pretty bad, but it is a night game in Lexington. Mississippi State are definitely beatable, but it's a night game in Starkville. And then the other game is Vanderbilt, or other games are Vanderbilt and Arkansas. If they lose to Arkansas, we got bigger problems at hand, but they can lose to Vanderbilt. So that's the most concerning part because, like, I get what you're saying. Florida's better than people give them credit for, but, like, Texas is going to play 3 more teams this year that are better on D-line, front seven, have better play callers, and more depth than Florida does. So, meanwhile, Texas has the same group of linemen because you can't just really fix this in the season. You kind of just got to thug it out. So, I mean, I spent so much time yesterday talking about, hey, stop trying to throw or scheme up an offense to where every other shot is 15, 20-plus yards downfield. You don't have the line to block for it, and your quarterback is also holding the ball too long at times and wanting to hit the home run instead of the bunt to get to first base for a 5 or 6 yard crosser or something like that. So quick game, man, intermediate game, RPOs, screens, everything before everything before 10 yards. And just getting the ball out quick. Like at this point, with or without CJ Baxter, whomever is in that room, Texas is never really going to be able to have a consistent run game the rest of the season. That's what it is. Make the screen game, the RPO game, the perimeter passing game, the quick perimeter passing game, your run offense. And I'm not saying just abandon running the ball completely. I'm not saying do what LSU does, where they have like 6 rush attempts all night, and it's just, all right, Nussmeier's going to throw 50 passes tonight, and we're going to win on his arm. That can't happen. Arch Manning isn't there yet, and the rest of the team isn't good enough at other positions for them to even think about that approach. So turn your run game, move it to the perimeter passing game, and try to make that work. I don't know, but they have to figure it out. And on top of, what I just said with getting the ball to the perimeter, Trey Wisner, the running backs, the ball carriers not named Arch Manning, they had 11 carries. 8 went to Trey Wisner. He had 8 for 11 yards. 2 went to Ryan Niblett, who I think had 5 yards maybe. And then Christian Clark had 1 run for 2 yards. Why is Jared Gibson not getting any burn? Because, I mean, like Trey Wisner left the game a little bit hobbled. And even Niblett, why was he only getting 2 carries? I know he's not a traditional running back, but if those are his only touches, then that's a problem. He brings an open field speed threat that no one else on this team has. So, I think for Texas to not end up 7-5, they need to change the offense. And it's the middle of the season. There's only so much you can change, but there has to be change. There has to be. And they have to figure it out playing to the strengths of their O-line. And unfortunately, they don't have any, if many, or many.
Yeah.
So
we'll transition from like the Texas offense, Oklahoma defense over. But the last thing I want to say, kind of to your point, one of the biggest keys in this game for me is exactly what you're talking about. What does Texas do in terms of like extending the running game? Because I think a massive layer to this is these Texas running backs they've got to break tackles. These receivers have got to find ways to, for lack of a term, like extend the play and shed some guys and become a little bit more dynamic, especially with the ball in their hand. Because if I can take you back real quick, when Oklahoma played Michigan, and they were kind of in a similar situation too, where like we've got a talented young quarterback, but like this Oklahoma defensive line is tearing us apart. Like we can't run the ball. We cannot let him sit back there. Michigan, even on like 3rd down and 9, was going quick dump out into the flat. Let's see if we can't have a guy or 2 miss. Now, there's good and bad in that. The good is if you block it up well and you've got the guys that it takes to win on the edge, you can create, yards after catch and move the chains. The bad in that is Oklahoma, on top of everything that they do in the box, Oklahoma tends to play a good amount of zone coverage. And so these guys are watching the ball, and Oklahoma's defense, they crash downhill with authority. Like Kendall Daniels, number 5, is going to be one for Texas to watch.
Yeah.
Because when that guy can build a head of steam, I have seen him cover 12 to 14 yards in the blink of an eye. Like I want to see what Texas does to either address the fact that maybe the running backs are not necessarily getting it done, or the fact that like they need to create some explosive plays, but they may not necessarily be afforded the time to do so. Like, what does Sark design to get that job done? We know he's good at doing that kind of stuff, But I think it's a great point by you. Like, Texas has to change the approach offensively, whether it's the run game or the pass game. And they specifically have to do it in this one if they're going to have a chance to go and win this game. Because if they don't, it's hard for me to feel confident about Texas' ability to keep doing what it's been doing going in.
Yeah, I mean, the team should have played better on Saturday. It came out flat, top to bottom, outside of Anthony Smith. I think you can make an argument that everyone needed to play better. But a lot of questionable play calls. I'm not one of those guys that's like, oh, Sark needs an OC. Sark needs an OC. I'm not quite there yet. But questionable decisions, Why is there no perimeter passing game? I know part of that, like the opinion or view of the play calls they had is skewed because they were down and had to pass no matter what to get back in the game. But a lot of room for improvement, especially on Saturday versus Oklahoma. It's a huge game. After this, it only continues to get harder. So it's a turning point for Texas. The season could go in the gutter, or it could, who knows? There's no way in hell I'd put money on this, but maybe they win out and they get into the SEC championship game, one conference loss. Again, very unlikely that happens, but Saturday is a turning point. Because if Texas shows up and loses by multiple scores because they can't move the ball, or even if they lose in general and don't win the game, this is a very young team. There are very few guys left from last year's team that were actual contributors and difference makers. So how does morale hold up? Whole new quarterback, whole new offense outside of one returning starter. On defense, you got Michael Taft still. Outside of him, who's the leader? Anthony Hill? He's great. He's a great player. But that's kind of Michael Taft's defense, and Anthony Hill has never been a super vocal leader. So a lot of things could happen depending on a win or loss on Saturday. And, I mean, for them to even have a shot at a win, there has to be change offensively. So yeah.
Do you want to talk a little Texas defense, Oklahoma offense now, or do you want to get to some chat questions?
I want to hit on something real quick. Mike Roach and Gabe Brooks collabed on a story that's on Horns 24/7 right now called How Texas Football's O-line recruiting misses have caught up to the Longhorns in a disappointing 2025 season. Just going to kind of glance over this, hit on some important stuff. So in this, they went cycle by cycle, 2023 through 2026, all four of them. And they talked, there are three different categories for each cycle. The signees, the guys they signed, the misses, the guys they recruited but didn't get, and then the scouting take. So in 2023, Texas landed what was Jaden Chapman, Peyton Kirkland, Trevor Gooseby, Connor Stroh, and Andre Kojo. Texas sent out 26 offers, pursued the top players like they do every year. Offered Caden Proctor, Francis Malinois, and Lance Hurd, 3 eventual draft picks, 2 of them day 1 likely, or at least day 2, whenever in the mix for them. So you look at the in-state guys, Isaiah Robertson, Ian Reed, Colton Tomasson, TJ Shanahan, Harris Sewell. All of them stunk. From the in-state 2023 class, just a lot of stink. To the point where if they landed TJ Shanahan, Harris Sewell, Isaiah Robinson, Texas is in the same exact boat, if not worse. So they missed on guys. Had to go out of state that year, and they did. Also worth bringing the context, it was the year after the 22 cycle where they signed 6 or 7 linemen, and it was the number 1 O-line class in the country. But let's look at these guys now from 2023. The 2 4-star prospects, Jaden Chapman, Peyton Kirkland. Both were rated as undrafted free agents where they are a 4-star, but they're not a projected draft pick. And the other 3, Trevor Gooseby, Connor Stroh, and Andre Kojo, were 3 stars, Power 4 caliber recruits with differing levels of redeemable qualities. What all the players shared, though, was the need for a developmental timeline of considerable duration. A few of these guys have been forced into action much quicker than desired. We have seen schools bet on big and over time regret it from a developmental perspective. The quintet included 4 300-plus pound signees, including Mammoths and Kirkland, Stroh, and Kojo, who weighed between 346 and 354 pounds in the spring of their high school junior years. That mass often means one of 2 things: high floor competency or slow burn upside. Ideally, none of those 3 were a player you want significant snaps for at least 2 years on campus, and Gooseby, the leanest of the 5 in the class, also represented a longer-term, slower burn timeline as a prospect. A strong case that's not important. In 2024, they signed Brandon Baker, Daniel Cruz, Nate Kibble. Misses, the Longhorns sent out 20 O-line offers in this class, missed on several targets. Bennett Warren, Michael Uini, and Weston Davis all chose to leave the state, while Blake Ivy chose Texas A&M over Texas. Warren played a bit at Tennessee. Uini, kind of a depth piece at Georgia so far. And Davis is a starting right tackle at LSU, but he struggled a lot this year. And, I think it was a broken nose he suffered versus Ole Miss in warmups because he's the starting tackle who got hurt in warmups. Other in-state kids, Cohen Eccles, he's playing kind of depth snaps at LSU as a center. Ellis Davis, who's depth snaps at Texas Tech. But the guy they really wanted was Daniel Calhoun, a tackle kind of jumbo guard tweener who's now at Georgia and has only played guard at Georgia. So could this dude even play tackle at Texas and be an upgrade over Trevor Gooseby or Brandon Baker? Probably not. So the scouting take from Gabe Brooks. I was admittedly high on Brandon Baker coming out of high school. The tape was strong. The measurements were excellent. The functional athleticism relative to size was outstanding. We're talking 7-foot wingspan and quick-footed at 290 pounds. Why has he struggled? Again, even many of the most gifted high school offensive linemen need time, and Baker is a true sophomore facing apex predators on a pass pro island. Baker still has ample time to get it together. The traits are still there, and he turned 22 weeks ago. Tangentially, Baker's 64.1 pass blocking PFF grade was a bit harsh. PFF graded him as allowing 4 pressures in his 44 pass pro snaps. 2 of those are pretty borderline, having derived from perimeter blitzes that were partially dropped in his lap by teammates. As for Daniel Cruz and Nate Kibble, they are 3-star prospects for us, which means bona fide Power 4 caliber recruits who could become quality starters, but with the proper time to develop, of course. In 2025, Texas signed Nick Brooks, Jordan Coleman, Devin Coleman, and Jackson Christian. They missed on Michael Fasusi, who's starting as a true freshman at left tackle for the Oklahoma. They missed on Lamont Rogers, who's providing depth at tackle for Texas A&M, and Ty Haywood, who ended up in Michigan, but they honestly probably dodged a bullet there. That's for another show. Offered Ryan Foje, who's playing a tiny bit for OU as a freshman, but they never really pushed for him. And, the kid committed to OU like 3 days after Texas offered. And if you remember, Texas, they held a commitment from John Mills out of San Francisco, the Bay Area. He is now starting at right tackle as a true freshman for Washington and will end up as a true freshman All-American on every single site. He's at least going to be first-team All-Freshman in the Big Ten. So the scouting tape, surprise, 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 broken record. You do not want true freshman offensive linemen playing heavy snaps or heavy O-line snaps. Exceptions exist, but they are few and far between, from Kenyon Green to Donovan Jackson and Francis Mawanoa. Elite O-linemen experience early growing pains when thrust into high major action. That's especially true when you have a tall, long, and high center of gravity 19-year-old facing a front line with a handful of grown men. The Florida Gators rolled out Tyreek Sapp, who turned 23 on Sunday, Brian Taylor Jr., who turns 24 in November, and George Gums Jr., who turns 23 in 3 weeks. That trio produced 13 total pressures generated, according to PFF, and 2.5 sacks. Brooks surrendered 8 pressures, and 4 of those came against Taylor, a former JUCO prospect with several years of college development under his belt. Age, experience, strength, and leverage are a nightmare combination for taller, young offensive linemen, especially if it's a natural tackle forced to play inside. Yeah, that is or actually, we'll do the look ahead to 2026. So in 26, Texas holds commitments on the O-line from John Turntine III, Max Wright, and Nicholas Robertson. Who have they missed on? Well, Felix Ojo, another big-time miss like Fasusi, but the miss was for different reasons. They also missed on Malachi Lee, who committed to Michigan out of Hawaii, and missed on Zayden Krumpen, Noah Best, Toa Katoa, and they never pursued Bryce Gilmore, Sean Stover, Nick Howard, or Vincent Johnson Jr. Scouting take, John Turntine III is a great prospect, but he lacks the body mass to immediately provide 50-plus quality snaps at the high major level. On the money. Couldn't agree more. Again, John Turntine is a great prospect, but he lacks the body mass to immediately provide 50-plus quality snaps at a high major level. but you absolutely must take him. As a player you can develop and lean on in 2 or 3 years, which is the natural line timeline, even for the vast majority of elite prospects. Wright owns a massive frame, but will likely require developmental patience. He said, I'm a huge proponent of high-ceiling players such as Bryce Gilmore and Nicholas Howard, but another batch of true freshmen is not going to immediately fix Texas's offensive line woes. The key to recruiting like this is keeping all these guys and developing them over multiple seasons so the depth chart recycles itself with in-house quality. But when so many young guys are forced into early duty, the growing pains are especially difficult, and Texas has experienced that so far this season. The transfer portal does not necessarily cure all ills, but it's somewhere to really search for older, stronger, more experienced players who can raise the collective floor of a position group. So that's what we got. No, that was kind of a long tangent right there, but I thought it was important. Thought it had some good data. Colin, were you ever able to read that story from Gabe and Mike?
I was not. It's been a little bit of a busy week for me, as you would expect. But I, doing what I do, covering college football and then also the recruiting front, I don't think any of that's necessarily new information to people who have kept up with this. And I think in so many words, man, like Texas just does not have the offensive line in place to protect its guy. And that's a problem. That's a problem for a few different reasons. And it's a problem that goes beyond this year, forwards and backwards. And unfortunately, Longhorns are suffering the consequences of it. And I believe that that's going to rear its ugly head again on Saturday. Now, is this a quick fix? No, because, recruiting is one thing. Transfer portal offensive linemen, too. If Texas is going to try and fix this over the course of one offseason, it's far from a guarantee that you're getting a guy in the portal that's ready to roll, that can fix your issues on day one. But Texas is going to have to try, because everything you just spoke about, they're simply not set up long-term from a talent and personnel perspective to get this thing addressed. And I don't know exactly how this is going to go for Texas. I will be following it very closely moving forward, as I have in the past. And in general, man, it's like, it's kind of a defining layer to the Steve Sarkisian era, because how the Longhorns address the offensive line stuff is going to determine how they handle Arch Manning's career, SEC play moving forward, so many other layers. And I don't know, man, it's not a quick fix, but you probably could have done a little bit better of addressing it in years past.
Yeah. Hey, that's what happens when you have never – the offensive line unit, position room, whatever you want to call it, is the only position Texas has not taken not one transfer in the entire Sark era. It's year 5 of the Sark era. They have taken a transfer at every single position besides tackle, guard, or center. And they've actually only lost one O-lineman the whole time, or actually it's been 2, because Malik Ogbo went in and obviously Peyton Kirkland. But, both are even worse than what Texas has right now. So, I don't know. I guess kind of dodge bullets there. But CB brings up, he says, since the Kelvin Banks O-line class, O-line recruiting has been ass, and they don't bring in portal O-linemen. Yeah, that was in 2022. Colin, you want to guess how many top 247 O-line prospects Texas has signed since 2022, the 2022 class?
I'll play it safe, and I'll go 2.
1. Brandon Baker is the only prospect projected to be an NFL draft pick one day on the offensive line that Texas has signed in the last 3 recruiting cycles. He's the only one. Everyone else was a 3-star or an unranked 4-star as an undrafted free agent projection. That's not good. And that number will be 2 come December. John Turntine is going to sign with Texas come December. But still, landing 2 projected draft picks on the offensive line, especially when you had 3 drafted in April, and you land 2 in a span of 4 years. I mean, I know, you can get 3 stars to League 2 and development's a thing, but we haven't really seen it outside of Kelvin Banks, Cam Williams, Christian Jones, Jake Majors, Hayden Connor. DJ Campbell, he's a lot better this year than he has been in years past, but has not progressed the way anyone expected, the way anyone wanted him to. And even him now is like the kind of leader, the best player on the line. Listen to this. He's the veteran, but he has 6 penalties this year. He has 36 starts in his career, and he has 6 penalties through 5 games this year. Meanwhile, Brandon Baker, the most penalized player on the team, was 7, who is the one projected draft pick you had. So I don't know. I don't know if they need to restart on the O-line room from top to bottom. I don't know how it'll work, how it'll look. There's obviously games left to play that's going to influence the outcome of that in the offseason. But change is needed. They need to change everything from the body types they're going after, the budget they have. In 2022, they didn't spend more money. They spent more money on the O-line room than they did any other position room. In 2023, it might have been the cheapest because the year before you spent so much. So 2024, go big, go home, stay in the middle. They went big on Brandon Baker. They don't land him without having the highest NIL number. And then they got Nate Kibble and Daniel Cruz, who were probably always going to Texas no matter what. So in 2025, you got to get the guy, Michael Fasusi. But if you miss, it's okay. Lamont Rogers, Ty Haywood, 2 other 5-star tackles in the state. Maybe you can get them. Nope. Went 0 for 3. And the one offensive tackle you did sign, Nick Brooks, you had to beat out Georgia and USC in an NIL battle. And the other guys, Jordan Coleman, Devin Coleman, Jackson Christian, were probably always going to Texas. So you look at the room, they have a few guys that were kind of the pay whatever it takes to get them. It doesn't matter if we have to be the highest bidder, we're going to get these guys. And then the other guys are kind of the budget takes that probably were coming to Texas if I offered them. There's very few in between. Very few. And I know everyone has different ideas of how to build a position room or construct a roster or whatnot, but that has to change. The financial part of it with O-linemen has to change. It just does. And I know people don't want to pay these high school kids 7 figures, but guess what? Oregon, Texas Tech, Georgia, one of those schools will do it to make sure they get the guy because they need to get the guy. So, again, I don't know what the change is going to look like, but there has to be change in multiple areas regarding how Texas constructs its roster on the offensive line. So, yeah. But, hey, we can get into Oklahoma offense versus Texas defense. This morning, Pete Thamel came out and reported, John Mateer is working to come back, play for the game, but there really wasn't much reported past then. And then Matt Zenitz also kind of said, the same thing. Anything you're hearing on John Mateer versus Michael Hawkins at quarterback? And what does the difference in the Sooners' offense look like with Mateer versus Hawkins at quarterback?
I have heard a thing or two over the last couple of days. I'm going to be honest with you. I have zero interest in Brent Venables showing up at my front door. So I will attempt to play a little bit safe. But, everything I've heard over the last few days, including yesterday, which from everything I can gather was kind of a key day, I think John Mateer is at least going to give it a shot. Now, what that looks like, I don't think we know with certainty, but I think that he has been trending incredibly well over the last few days. I think that he has hit certain markers that are very important. And I think in general, whether it's the medical care that he received, the way he approached the rehab process, also kind of the nature of the injury from everything I've been able to gather, I think that I'm no expert, and I was telling people this too last night when everyone's hitting me up yesterday. I could argue with you that an injury I know the least about is a thumb injury. I don't know anything about thumb injuries, guys. But the bottom line here is everything I've been able to gather, I think this guy's going to try and play. And if he does, that changes everything, it genuinely changes everything. And yeah, Nathan had Dylan Gabriel going through warm-ups with a concussion, but I also think objectively that same week, anyone who texted me was like, hey, is Dylan Gabriel playing? I told them, go ahead and take Texas to cover that week. because it was pretty clear from what I had heard behind the scenes that week, a concussion is a concussion. And, I want to say it was like Jamoy Hodge at TCU who had just taken Dylan Gabriel out like the game or two before, and that was kind of the deal. That versus this, I think, very different situations. I think John is going to give it a go, and this is the end-all be-all. If he does, I don't know what percentage he'll be, but I think it is better. It gives you a better shot to go win the game than what you saw in glimpses from Michael Hawkins over the weekend. Now, I don't want to go too high or too low. I think people get prisoner of the moment. But, I think it's very clear that Michael Hawkins still has ability and a lot of growth to get done at the same time. And I don't think that you can trust that's going to happen all of a sudden in his second start of the season. I believe it would be his 6th start in his career in Red River. I just don't think that that's necessarily feasible. Do I think Oklahoma could win the game with Michael Hawkins back there? Yeah, I think anything is possible in this game. And I think Michael Hawkins has the athletic ability and some elements to his game that could present some intriguing challenges. But at the same time, there are very valid concerns too. And John, he's one of the best players in college football for a reason. And is John perfect either? No, I don't think John Mateer is this, 100% perfectly polished quarterback, but he's just a damn good football player. And sometimes the best way to win Red River, if I'm really honest, in all my years of growing up in this rivalry, sometimes you just got to have better college football players than the other. Because some of these long-term, high-ceiling NFL draft guys, you just have to have guys that are ready for the moment. You got to have guys that bring their hard hats for this.
Anything can happen. It's one of those.
Yeah. You got to have a guy that's willing to go with the ebbs and the flows of the game. And I think John, from a talent perspective, but then also his ability to take that stuff on is going to give Oklahoma a better shot. I think he gives it a go. We'll see what else comes from the remainder of the week. I still think they're working through some things. But yeah, man, Thamel's report would indicate some of the stuff that I had heard up until this point is relatively true.
Man, if Michael Hawkins plays, we joked about this yesterday, but the score is going to be 9-6.
If it's Hawkins versus Manning in that offensive line for Texas, it literally comes down to Tate Sandell versus Mason Shipley. Who's ready to boot it, gentlemen? Because you're going to be kicking 50-something yarders potentially.
Yeah.
Nathan in the chat, real quick. Keontae Lewis, is he okay? Yes. Cool of you to ask that, by the way, because Keontae is one of those guys that if Texas fans got to watch an interview with him, awesome young man, really cool guy, and a guy that's been through a lot in his career. And that was one of the scariest things I have seen covering football. I thought we were in for something pretty rough, but thankfully it sounds like he has been checking out pretty well. Right after, in the aftermath of that injury, he went into the locker room, and Oklahoma's radio crew was reporting that initial x-rays were coming back negative and that he was coherent and walking around in the locker room, which is great from just a humanity perspective. I know that, that they sent him for further testing at a hospital or something like that after the game. And I really don't know what his status is going to be for Saturday. I don't even know that
there's no way he's playing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the first time I've seen a QB throw a hospital ball and the defender wasn't who caused an injury. Shout out to Michael Hawkins.
Yeah.
Been doing it since the Allen Eagle days. But
yeah,
that brick wall stuff, I've always noticed that with OU Stadium, but that's the first time I think I've seen it cause a problem.
Yeah.
But he's running full speed looking back. He doesn't know exactly where he's at. It's hard. I don't know. What does the Sooners' outlook look for the rest of the season? I pulled up the schedule here. Win or lose.
I will say, let me try and answer a couple of these questions. I want to say it was Jose. Jose asked about the run game for Oklahoma, or Jaden Ott.
Yeah, here it is.
So Jay Knott kind of got finally going a little bit. I don't want to play, it's against Kent State, and he had, what was it? 49 rushing yards, and he had 2 catches for 10 yards. And so you saw a little bit of what he can bring to the table. We had heard going into that game against Kent State, like Oklahoma's plan was between the bye and then the Kent State game. All right, let's challenge Jay Knott. Let's get him going a little bit. I think he showed some positives. I think that he showed some negatives as well. But I do think that he has now set himself up to play a role in the Red River game that maybe he wasn't necessarily on track to play before. So I still think Torrey Blaylock is going to be the guy at running back going into this one. I think he's earned that right too. But I think Jaden Knott now, I would keep an eye on him because I could see Oklahoma trying to utilize him out of the backfield a little bit. He's got some juice to him, some speed, and I think that Oklahoma now might be a little bit more comfortable say, all right, let's get him out there and let's see what he can do with the ball in his hands.
Is Taylor Tatum alive? What is going on there? Did him and DeMarco Murray's daughter break up or something? How is Torrey Blaylock getting so many snaps and Taylor Tatum isn't? I cannot believe that as someone who saw those two guys play in high school.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really had that on the bingo card, but at the same time, I think that Torrey Blaylock has really attacked the process, and I think that he obviously has always had the speed.
Yeah, he's got a different skill set than Tatum.
Right. I also think, though, that Torrey has built himself up a little bit. And look, has the run game always been great? Of course not. But I think what Torrey has done is allowed Oklahoma to get a guy with juice downhill, and he can build up a head of steam in a hurry. And I think that Taylor is there's a lot there. I don't have time, and I don't know how much I can even divulge, but it's I think one of Xavier Robinson or Taylor Tatum has to be looking at the current situation and go all right, I really got to figure out what's next for me. And whatever that looks like, we'll find out in a few months.
Yeah. Jose said if Texas wins this game, it'll be Sark's big finger win similar to 2015 for Charlie. Man, I'm telling you. I don't know. In my lifetime, I was born in 2002. Just remember that. In my lifetime, I've seen a Texas team play harder for their head coach than they did for Charlie Strong. Everything else, though, is trust me, I'm forgetting that. I want to forget the rest of it.
The last thing I'll say real quick is Oklahoma's receivers and Texas defensive backs. Bigger layer to the game than I think any of us are willing to talk about right now.
Yeah, Malik Muhammad probably going to be listed questionable and injury availability, whatever the hell it's called, comes out tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. I think Malik Muhammad's status, how Texas adjusts the back end, Oklahoma, if they're without Keontez Lewis, what can Giovanni Gibson do in his second game playing at Oklahoma off the injury? Isaiah Satania has been epitomized chaos in the best ways. What does Oklahoma do to get Satania the ball? And then Deion Burks. I mean, Deion Burks has had moments where he has been a major playmaker in the passing game, and then there's also been moments where they haven't necessarily looked his way all that much. I think if Deion Burks comes to play, he's kind of got that hard-nosed mentality that can help him thrive in this situation. And Deion Burks, too, is one for me where, I just think that Texas secondary and Oklahoma's receiving core / Jaron Kanik at tight end is the layer to the game that no one's talking about, that we're going to look back on and be like, why did we not look at, that layer to the field? Because it's going to shape a lot of this game.
Man, how about Jaron Kanik?
Unreal.
It's kind of crazy how he's actually been good.
Yeah, no, he at one point
they've been horrible at tight end the entire Venables era. Thank you.
Once Braden Willis left, there were some dark days. And now, there was a point, I haven't checked it lately because I haven't had time, but Jaron Kanak was like leading all FBS tight ends in receiving yards and receptions and stuff like that. And like, who had that on the bingo card?
Man, what happened to that kid from Alito that went to OU? Where's he at? Is he playing anywhere? The tight end?
Kid from Alito.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
Who played tight end?
White kid from Alito played tight end.
Jason Llewellyn.
Yes. Yes. Where's he at?
He went to Texas Tech in the portal.
Ooh.
And I don't remember if he's still there or not, but I have seen him in a couple social media clips, and great kid, but also like a guy that like Gabe Brooks and I several years ago were like, maybe he should be ranked as a long snapper.
Classic Lincoln Riley take. It's like, hey, you're either a top 100 prospect or you are never going to play a snap here. Like, it felt like those are the only types of guys he recruited out of the state of Texas. Like, you're going to be all Big 12 or you're going to be, moved to walk on, or else you have to portal. But anyways, to wrap it up, a little higher spirits. Feel like we've been pretty critical today. At least I have. Longhorns look to be in a worse spot than the Sooners do. And the Sooners could be without their quarterback. And I mean, crazy that sound. But all right. You grew up in DFW, obviously went to OU, has covered the team, grew up kind of a fan of the team. Favorite Texas OU memory, whether in or out of the Cotton Bowl?
So,
and if you got any in the comments, chat, drop them below. Would love to hear them.
I'll be quick, but like, this is my favorite game. I believe this is the best game in the sport. I grew up in this, rivalry, and I grew up going to the Cotton Bowl every year. And for context, my mom and a lot of my mom's side of the family went to Oklahoma. My dad, a lot of them are Nebraska grads, and then I grew up in Dallas. So we would go to the Cotton Bowl every year, but my mom would never let me go to the Red River game because I was not growing up an Oklahoma fan, and she never told me outright, but I learned later on, she didn't ever want me to go into the game until I appreciated what the game was about. And so for most of my life growing up, like as a younger adult, looking back, kind of scary, my parents and all them would like, all my relatives would go into the game, and I would just hang out in the fair and like watch the game with like a buddy and a bunch of randos outside the game. And looking back on that, I'm like, those years sucked at the time. But then my personal favorite memory is when like I first found out that I was going to go to Oklahoma, and I went to my first River game in the Cotton Bowl. And that for me was when it was like, yeah, like I get it. And now I had a level of appreciation for it that you don't have unless you're really in the game. And I, since then, have never taken this game for granted. And that's why I take a lot of pride in like the opportunity for us to go and cover it this weekend. And for me, my favorite personal Red River memory is like my first one that I finally got to go into and didn't have to sit outside the stadium as a adolescent child, being a prick growing up. And that was cool. That kind of shaped inevitably the way that I viewed the game for years to come.
What year was that? Do you remember who won?
Oklahoma won. I can't. I'm bad with the years, but I want to say Swoops was starting for Texas, and I want to say pretty vivid memory for me. This might be the year Swoops threw like a jump pass into the end zone in the Texas side for a touchdown. I remember that. I know Blake Bell was playing tight end in the game. Anyway, it was a fun. It was a
DJ Whaley.
Maybe I can't. And the other thing too, it was one of the few Red River games where it was like kind of cloudy and rainy, and it wasn't just blazing hot.
Yeah,
it was a good day that day. It was a great day.
The like rainiest, cloudy one I remember. I don't remember what year it was. It might have been 13 or 12. But I remember it was cold enough in Austin to where when I went to my dad's friend's house, I was wearing sweatpants and a hoodie. And Oklahoma kicked the shit out of Texas that day. Like, we left before halftime. We left my dad's friend's house before halftime because he was fed up with it. But I don't know. My favorite memory, I've only been to 2 games. Longhorns are undefeated whenever I'm in the Cotton Bowl, 49-0 in 23 or in 22. and then 34-3 in 2024. But got to go to the 2022 game. It was great. Went to the game with a buddy. His family has a stand at the fair. They sell basically fried everything, and he has an employee parking pass. Stayed at a hotel in Mesquite, picked me up from there, walked right in the fair at about 8:30. Got some food, some drinks, sat in the stadium, watched warm-ups, and then watched the most lopsided victory in the history of the game. It was awesome. Other side of the stadium was empty pretty quickly, and just a great memory for the program, the team, and me and my buddies are up there. The night before, saw Lance Jackson as a sophomore get pounded by the Gilmer Buckeyes out in Texarkana. So it was a fun weekend, and I remembered I booked the hotel late. It was this shitty hotel in the bad part of Mesquite, and the only room they had left was a handicap room, and it was one of the ones like the showers on the ground, and there's no tub or anything to keep the water in. So there was just water all over this hotel room, but Texas won by 7 touchdowns, so it didn't really matter. So I got to go, yeah. But, hey, Texas, they've not won back-to-back against OU since 08-09, looking to change that Saturday. Do you know when was the last time OU went back-to-back?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I mean,
1920.
I know Oklahoma hasn't won a Red River game in the Brent Venables era with a backup quarterback or a non-starting caliber quarterback playing, but when they do have a starting caliber quarterback, they win. So whose trots out there on Saturday is a bigger deal than even, what we're talking about.
Question, Colin. Question.
Yeah.
This will be the last thing.
Which, by the way, to be like 49-0 was my favorite. I loved watching Davis Bevel short hop a hitch. Like,
it was great. I'd never been to like the state fair before then, so
that's fair.
I
don't think anyone should have a favorite memory, including Davis Bevel, because that was just, oof.
Hey, yeah, Nick. Never mind. That's not important. But if OU wins, do they start getting tats and making shirts again, like Stutzman and Venables and all that stuff from a year ago?
I think that was a Stutzman thing. I don't think that happens. But
I'm just curious. And also, like, hey, if Mateer doesn't play, or if he does and they don't win, does this incentivize him to come back next year? Because people forget he has another year of eligibility,
I was talking about that with someone last night, and I think that there is something to that one way or another. I think that him being able to come back for another season is kind of a driving force behind him figuring out what he's capable of this weekend.
Yeah. That also would help OU so much with just their quarterback timeline, letting Bo Bentley redshirt, and then he's the guy. It's a natural bridge. It makes so much sense. But, right. I mean, I have no idea what his draft grade's looking like. He's obviously kind of a backyard-style playground QB right now. But, I mean, I don't know. We've seen other guys.
I think you asked me about the T-shirt thing. This, for me, is like Oklahoma wins this game compared to the T-shirt. Oklahoma wins this game. Now we're legitimately talking about Oklahoma and, like, what they are capable of long-term. And that's like compared to a T-shirt, I think we're now looking at them and being like, all right, postseason, like what are so there's a lot on the line.
Yeah. Hey, I keep saying this will be the final thing, but this will actually be the final thing. After Oklahoma plays Texas on Saturday, they go to South Carolina. They have Ole Miss and Norman. They go to Knoxville to play the Vols. Then they have a bye, and then they play the Crimson Tide in Tuscaloosa. Then they have Mizzou in Norman, and they wrap it up with LSU in Norman. Not an easy schedule. And, I mean, definitely harder than Texas is. Like, the stretch from Ole Miss to LSU, their final 5 games, all of them are ranked in the top 14. All of them. Ole Miss at 4, Tennessee at 12, Bama at 8, Mizzou at 14, LSU at 11. I know those teams are kind of going to eat each other these next few weeks. Like Mizzou and Bama are about to play. One of them is going to have a loss, but it's a crazy schedule. So, yeah. But anyways, we're going to get out of here. We're going to wrap it up. Up next, the voice of college football wonders if the season is already over for Texas football. Is it already over? I don't know. Everyone who tuned in today, Doza, CB, JW Crunch, Nathan, Joey Austin, whole crew. We appreciate you. Jake Bayless, I know he's up here somewhere. Jose, of course. I don't know if I already said you. Beaver Lanes, Jason, Rob Latendre. The Sooners fans who are in here watching from Colin's tweet. We appreciate it. We appreciate Colin as always. Give him a follow. C Kennedy 247 on every platform. He's now Instagramming again, no longer an old man, no longer Dad Kennedy. But again, we appreciate him. He's one of the good Sooners. And it is 11:15 and OU still sucks. See ya.